Recording in progress.
All right, we will start the meeting of the Provo Municipal Council, the Redevelopment Agency Governing Board, and the Provo City Stormwater Service District. It is 5:33, Tuesday, June 18th, 2024. The roll call of the elected officials, we have Councillor Becky Bogdan, Councillor Gary Garrett, Councillor George Handley, Councillor Rachel Whipple, Councillor Catrice McKay, Councillor Travis Hoban, Councillor Craig Christensen, and the Mayor, Michelle Kafusi. We will have the opening prayer today provided by Holly Sweeten. After that, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councillor Travis Hoban.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we are so grateful to come before Thee at this time for the Provo City Council meeting. We are so grateful for those who serve to help this beautiful community, and the fact that we the people can gather and have this civil discourse is such a beautiful part of our representative government. We love Thee, Father, and we are so grateful to be able to participate here today. In the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our first item of business will be the Provo City Employee of the Month Award for June 2024, and it will be presented by the Mayor, Michelle Kafusi, and Gordon Haight, our Public Works Director.
Chairman Kay, Vice Chair Whipple, and members of the Municipal Council. Today, we are privileged to honor an employee who has demonstrated exceptional care for an exceptional community. It is with great pleasure that I introduce Gordon Haight, our Public Works Director, who will be presenting the Employee of the Month Award for June 2024 to a truly exceptional member of our Public Works Department.
Thanks, Mayor. No, we're very excited to present Richard tonight because he has affected everybody in this community. And I found out he has worked for Provo for over 40 years. 5 of those have been as a part-timer, so they don't really count them. But anyway, come on up. But since then, he worked so much overtime, he's actually worked 45 years. So Shane, come on up for a minute too. I wanted to bring Shane up, who is his supervisor. And when we first told the Public Works employees that that Hawk or Richard was going to be the Public Works Employee of the Month, they all thought it was because of his good looks, but I've convinced him it's his hard work and his dedication to the city. So to read his acceptance in here, I have Shane, who's going to go through Richard's Employee of the Month.
I am excited to present Richard to the council for the employee for the month of June. I've worked with Richard for 11 years at Provo City, and I can say that I don't think there's more of an exceptional employee that works for the Provo City and brings such a quality of work and such a good personality. When my wife first met Richard, we went to a Christmas lunch, and I think I remember my wife had told me, I've never met such a nice and fun person. He is just a cool person. And I continue to remember that, and that's the perfect word, I think, perfect words for Richard. So as Gordon mentioned, Richard started working for the city in 1984. And it was during the great floods. I think just after Noah come, it was, I think many of us experienced that. I did too, working with flood control. Richard's explained to me this will be his first and last and only job. So we do have a burial plot in the Public Works facility for Richard. I know he will work probably until he passes away. In gathering my thoughts for Richard, I actually reached out to a few people, people from his past that he worked with, people that he currently works with, and some people from other departments. I won't go into what specifically or read what specifically they said, but there's some common themes that they all talked to about Richard, and I think they're spot on. The first, I just want to mention a few, and then there's two that really, I think bring out Richard and who he is. So a few things that always were common amongst all. He's always the first person to show up and the last person to leave. He's a great mentor. He's a good leader, and he's enjoyable to work with. He will do anything asked of him. He's always willing to help anyone at any time of the day, and he ensures what needs to be done and he gets it done. And then the last two that I just kind of want to talk about, that I think really exemplifies when you work with somebody and makes an outstanding employee. And that is, he makes everybody around him better. And that is true of Richard. He is a good friend of mine. I have a great admiration. I admire Richard very much, but that is the truth. He does, anybody he's around, he makes them better. The second thing is maybe a little bit of a sports analogy. This was given to me by one of his coworkers. And I think it goes back to something Gordon had mentioned. In the NBA, there's two people. There's Robert Parrish. And if you know Robert Parrish, he was the center for Boston. He actually has the most games in the NBA, most games played. Then there's a second player in the NBA that has Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who has the most minutes played. Similar to Richard, he may not have in the city the most games played. He may not have the most years in the city, but I can guarantee you he has the most work hours of anybody in the city. There's nobody that is more dedicated, that works after hours than Richard does. Just last night, he was out taking care of a lot of downed trees throughout the city. This spring, he was dealing with runoff, spring runoff, and last year, just after hours, that goes unseen and unheard of. And so because of that, I am so grateful that I've had the opportunity to get to know and continue to work with Richard. And I just say thank you. I appreciate what you've done for me and for the city.
I just want to say, I didn't realize, because we grew up together, and he started work probably, it sounds like the day after we graduated from high school at Provo High. He definitely had the vision of what he wanted to do. So it's been so much fun to just watch him. I wish Chief Beebe were here. He tells a story about Hawk that he starts to cry when he talks about it, of you showing up on a winter night when the police were out going on I-15 with an incident, and who's out there moving snow so that we can get to it. I mean, the stories are literally from every department. I mean, Public Works is so lucky they can claim him, but the whole city claims him, and every department has a story they can share about his abundance of giving. So he's well deserving of the Employee of the Month. Congratulations. Should we get a photo? Okay, I'm just gonna offer a little. All right, 1, 2, 3. Golden. All right, thank you.
As indicated on the screen, a regular public hearing will be held for certain agenda items prior to council action. After each such item has been presented, time to comment will be provided for all those who wish to speak. For items that do not require public hearing, public comment will still be taken following presentation of the item, but will be limited to 10 minutes. At this time, up to 15 minutes have been set aside for an open public comment period, which is intended to allow comment on matters that do not appear on the agenda but are limited to topics regarding municipal business or within municipal council purview. Persons who speak during the time to an item in this agenda will not normally be afforded a second opportunity to speak during the comment period specific to that item. During any public comment period, each speaker will generally be limited to 2 minutes. Due to noticing requirements, no formal action will be taken in this meeting on matters that do not appear on the agenda. Those with comments are invited to approach the podium. Those participating on Zoom will need to use the raise hand feature to indicate they wish to comment. The chair may choose to alternate between in-person and online commenters. Please begin your comments by stating your name and the city of residence. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening. My name's Holly Sweeten, and I am running for House District 58 and wanted to come and just introduce myself to you. I am so grateful for each of you, all of you, and for your service that you give to Provo City. I love Provo City. I want you to know that I am already working on so many of the issues that impact Utah County. I work for Congressman Burgess Owens, and I have for the past 4 years, and work in Salt Lake, Utah, Juab, and Sanpete counties on various issues. Congressman Owens has worked and advocated for Provo City and has sent me on his errands as we work through Provo airport issues, as he sits on the subcommittee for FAA, and other issues that you face. So happy to just be part of this community and to be serving and to be in the trenches right now. And I know that you may have voted already, but if you didn't vote for me, I want you to know that you will not be disappointed if I win, because I will continue to advocate for you, and I will be here to support and advocate for Provo City in my portion, which is the easternmost parts of Provo, in Edgemont and River Bottoms and all the way up to Sundance. So thank you very much for your time, and hopefully you'll be seeing much more of me. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. What city do you live in, Holly?
I live in Orem.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, I've never done this before, but there was a homeless lady named Ivy that had a flyer, and I said I would attend this. So
Great. Can we get your name, please, and the city you live in?
Right now I'm currently in a transitional phase, just wherever my head rests.
Okay. And your name?
My name's Colin.
Thank you.
So to express myself for the oppressed, I'm just going to read some verses from this New International Version Holy Bible, 1984. Isaiah 10, 1-3. Woe to those who make unjust laws, to those who issue oppressive decrees, to deprive the poor of their rights and withhold justice from the oppressed of my people, making widows their prey and robbing the fatherless. What will you do on the day of reckoning when disaster comes from afar? To whom will you run for help? Where will you leave your riches? Okay, now on to Nahum 3, 1-3. Woe to the city of blood, full of lies, full of plunder, never without victims. The crack of whips, the clatter of wheels, galloping horses and jolting chariots, charging cavalry, flashing swords and glittering spears. Many casualties, piles of dead, bodies without number, people stumbling over the corpses. Now on to Zephaniah 3, 1-4. Woe to the city of oppressors, rebellious and defiled. She obeys no one. She accepts no correction. She does not trust in the Lord. She does not draw near her God. Her officials are roaring lions. Her rulers are evening wolves who leave nothing for the morning. Her prophets are arrogant. They are treacherous men. Her priests profane the sanctuary and do violence to the law. Now Zephaniah 3:17 and 8. 17, 16 and 7 or 17.
Hey, Colin, that's out of time, but legally, we do need your last name, please. Mhm.
I sign it calling a sign, like calling a sign from God. It took me
Okay.
30.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment?
Council members, hello. I'm sure you can probably tell from this shirt that I have on, that for the big red dog, probably
We
why
need
I'm
your
here.
name again and city you live in.
Hamlet Gordillo. So I'm a resident currently of Vineyard, Utah, but grew up here in Provo and would love to move back someday. Love Provo a lot. So I wanted to start off with a little story. I grew up just a few blocks from here, attended Franklin School. Grew up in a low-income household and pretty rough one with a somewhat abusive father. The library that's just right behind you all here was a place of refuge for me. And during that childhood, it was a safe place, a place where I learned, I grew, and eventually escaped those shackles of poverty, thanks to education and reading. I give so much credit to the library for all the services they offered in my growing. Now I still am a big introvert, but I am a software engineer. I use the books to learn and grow. And I come to you here as both a husband, also an avid book reader, and big fans of the Provo Library in support of increasing the funding for the library. This is a place that offers a lot to people like me and to everybody, the whole community. So I ask you to please, even though I'm not a citizen, but on behalf of my family that still lives here, to take into account the wonderful benefits that this place does, not just in terms of reading, but in terms of a safe place and a place to learn and grow. So I want to tell you thank you. And thanks for your time.
Hi, my name is Ben Sorensen. I'm a resident of Provo. And as having a family of extremely modest means, the library has been invaluable for my children, not just for getting them books to read, but also, finding appropriate movies for them to watch, and even the special activities like taking my sons to the eclipse activities when the eclipse was coming across Utah. I believe that it's a very important resource for the lower income families in the neighborhood, precisely because other options are much more expensive. $12 a year will get my children, education opportunities, entertainment opportunities, social interaction opportunities they would not otherwise have. Whereas $12 at the Cinemark gets you one movie ticket for one person, and $12 might buy you one hardback book. I believe that it is not too much of a burden to use this tax to fund the library and to help its programs. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
Hi, my name is Catherine Catherine Pitkin, and I live in Provo. And I am here to fight for the homeless here as my first brother, and to also echo the last two, that the library is one place that the homeless are allowed to go to cool off or to warm up. It's been invaluable to this community. I have been unhoused here before. I'm currently lucky and housed. So I'm very grateful, but there are people in this audience that have been scared to speak up because they're scared of retaliation. But we need a safe place for these homeless to go. I know that New Skin has offered to donate land, and I urge you to allow them to do so we can find a place. If they can have a place to go where they can feel safe, where they're not worried about a police raid or about their items being stolen out of their tent, where they can have a community and you can say, hey, I have to go to work. Can you watch my kids from this time to this time? And then I got your tent afterwards. And if they can do that, they can have a job. They can have the time to go get documents that they need. So then they can get on the housing list and they can move on and move up, like I was fortunately blessed to be able to do. So that's what I ask. Please don't close the library as the one place that we can go and are accepted besides the food and care. But food and care has hours. Please don't close the library. And please let New Skin help us find a place. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, there's no fear of the library closing.
Good evening. My name is Dave Castelli, and I'm a resident of Provo. I've been here for 24 years. I am a professional librarian. I've been a librarian for 22 years. And I know what libraries mean to communities. And I heard in the invocation tonight that Provo is a beautiful city. I want you to understand your libraries, a part of that beautiful city, a big part of the community center. In my current job, I buy databases. I buy the resources that my library uses. I'm a librarian for Intermountain Healthcare. I know what they cost. So the library funding is important. Please continue it, sustain it, and make it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bueller Green. I live in Provo, and I sure am glad there's no fear of the library closing. The Provo Library is the greatest hidden gem this city has to offer. That's not meant as a slight to any other. This city's amazing stuff. This is a great city. The librarians are some of the most helpful people I have ever met, and it offers dozens of ways for people to research and learn and experience art for free. Where else do you get that? When I'm talking with my friends, like my friends online who live in Moldova and England, I can't stop bragging to them about the Provo Library. I will gladly pay more taxes to get the library anything it needs. $12 a year, I would pay an extra $100 a year to get this library anything it needs. Please give the Provo Library more money. Thank you for your time.
They have a donation button. All right, guys, do you know we are at the cap of public comment? There is an item of the library, item number 10. So there'll be more public comment at that time if that is what you're making public comment about. Where are we at for minutes, Malia? We're at.
Is there any non-library comment?
Are there any non-library comments that did not get a chance to speak? How many? Can you raise your hands, please? 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll let those 3 go.
I'm Christian David from Provo. I've lived here off and on for years, but I don't know if any of you actually saw the article this morning about the increase in homelessness in the Daily Herald, but it talks about in here that Utah had a rate of nearly 11 people experiencing homelessness in 10,000, a 3.7% increase from 2021 and a 22.5% from 2007. If you're paying attention, and if you are paying attention, this is nationwide. This is going on right now. Utah is an anomaly compared to what's going on. People are losing their homes left and right. You have an anomaly of resources in this community, and take these resources and actually use them for funding as well as non-harassment of those individuals that are sleeping on the street. The anti-camping law, as we talked about, needs to be repealed. Obviously, it comes from the state level, but it needs to be repealed. I'm hearing stories left and right of people being terrorized in the middle of the night by police officers. I went through the academy. I took that oath to protect and to serve and to fight against tyranny, which is exactly what goes on when one individual portrays their will upon another individual. And this needs to stop.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Giles. I live in Edgemont, part of Provo. I'm an avid bicyclist. I love the bike paths of Provo. I have one concern. And sometimes I think that people can look on a map and say, look at all our bike paths. This is great. Have you ridden them? Cars have huge tires and they blow all the debris to the side. Bike paths are to the side. Tires on bicycles are this big. So you have bicyclists that tend to go as far away from the edge as they can, which puts them in harm's way closer to the cars. If there's a scheduled maintenance to blow or to sweep that stuff off your bike paths, it would be much safer and be easier to use. And I don't know who does the Provo bike path, which is a phenomenal resource for this community. It is full of root heaves, and they did a patch job on it this week down by the power plant. They filled in some of these. Again, somebody's in a truck, because when you fill in a rut this big, you're still hitting the edges of that rut with your tires. You never go down in the bottom of that rut with your tires. You can't do it. You're hitting the edges. So that needs to be reassessed. Thank you. Love this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Debbie Schwarting, and I've lived in
Gentlemen, one sec. You will be our last one in the white shirt. Thanks.
lived in Orem for 40 years and lived in Provo these last 4. And my husband and I have noticed, I bet you've noticed too, I'm also a critical care nurse at Utah Valley for 25 years. And I feel like the electric bikes with youth not licensed are taking over our North Canyon roadways. And my husband and I noticed that they don't have a tail light, they don't have a license plate, and we know some of their ages, they don't have a driver's license. They're not driving on the side where Mr. Giles was concerned about the debris. They are just brazenly driving down the middle of the road. We also notice a lot of red light running, a lot of just going around on a red light to make a right-hand turn. Have we lost our officers that patrol traffic and traffic signals? I think they could write enough tickets in a week to pay their salary for a year. I mean, have we? Where are they? Can you name one? A traffic officer.
We have traffic officers, but we are short about 17 police officers. They cost about $250,000 a year.
They could
And
make that up in
that
a
is a budget
minute.
issue.
They could make that up in a minute. Because what's going to happen is our kids are going to start getting seriously injured. And that's not enforced at all. And when your kid's laying in an ICU, you're not going to like it.
That is a fear we've all had, and we've been very aware of it. Just, you know, Parks and Rec is coming to us soon with to look at new laws and legislation, ways to try and deal with this, because this new technology has been new, and this is a new problem, and so we're trying to get a handle on it. It's an issue on our trails, it's an issue on our roads, it's an issue on our sidewalks. I live by there also, and I've seen so many near deaths. It's like unbelievable. So it is something that we're trying to get a handle on.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rainer Hurtado. I'm from Provo, born and raised here. I work for the parks on occasion. I love our parks, and I love being here. In working for the parks, I've had a lot of interaction with the homeless, and have gained a lot of empathy for them and for the suffering that goes on. And I think that we need to be more proactive in how we deal with the homeless. And it's the nature of government to be kind of acting after the fact, like with the bikes. You know, the accidents happen and then we deal with the issue because it's a new thing. And with environmental issues, it's usually only after the disaster happens that we clean it up. And I think that there are a lot of proactive things that we could do for the homeless. I live in my grandma's basement right now because I'm a young man. I can't afford a home, and it's pretty expensive. And I have to worry that with how expensive housing is, that someday I might be unhoused myself, maybe. But I think that we could work on having more affordable housing. We could have more apartments. And I know people don't like apartments. Sometimes we want to maintain this low density ideal, but that's not going to work for very long. We just are growing. We have lots of people and we need to start accommodating that, especially for the youth. Anyway, thank you for hearing what I have to say, and I hope you all have a great one.
Thank you. Do you live in Levisa's basement?
Yeah.
I love her.
She's the best.
She's a great woman. All right. Thank you, everyone, for public comment. We are now going to move on to the action agenda item number 2, a resolution imposing fire restrictions due to hazardous environmental conditions. And this will be presented by our Fire Marshal, Lynn Schofield.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank Public Works for recognizing Hawk. All of a sudden, I feel younger. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So I come before you this afternoon. It's that time of year again. We have had a wonderful spring. We got good moisture this spring. Our grass is tall, our grass is brown, and now it's time to protect our hillside and, more importantly, to protect our water resources for the coming year. So I have prepared and signed a fire restriction order for the Provo City watershed, as is my responsibility as the fire code official for this city. As required by statute, I appear now to ask your consent in the form of a resolution to accept that fire restriction order, which is a level 1 fire restriction for the coming year until rescinded. And just to briefly refresh our memory of what that means and what that doesn't mean. What that means is in the Provo City watershed, which is all of the foothills, canyons, from the Springville city line up to and including all of the South Fork, which is our watershed, open fires are prohibited, except in improved campgrounds and improved picnic areas in the improved fire rings, which are surrounded by concrete. So what that means is that you can't go get 10 rocks, pile them up around and make a nice circle anywhere in the foothills or in the wildland in Provo right now and start a fire. That's not allowed. That is what the level 1 restriction means, is that those fires now have to be in those improved campgrounds. What that does not mean is, it does not mean you can't have a legal recreational fire in your backyard. It does not mean that you can't go up into the canyons and barbecue and enjoy s'mores and do all of those fun things in our improved campgrounds and picnic areas. And it does not mean if you're an adventurer and a hiker and a backpacker that you can't go off into the foothills and camp or hike and use a gas-powered stove, which is powered by a switch, to heat your meals or whatever you'd like to do. So trying to get some clarification. I get this every year that people, they're worried that they can't have their marshmallow fires in their backyard. That is not the case. This is specifically in the wildland urban interface in our foothills and our watershed. So I have prepared, with much assistance, a resolution for your consideration tonight to adopt the fire restriction order as signed this morning and published at 8 o'clock this morning via media and social media.
Thanks, Lynn. And you do want that date to not be July 1st as it's shown on the screen, correct? What is the correct date?
The correct date is it is effective immediately. The order actually became effective at midnight. The new resolution should say effective when passed, so immediately.
Great. Thank you, Lynn.
And I have copies for both that I'll give you on the way out.
Thank you. Any questions for Lynn? All right. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
We will open up this item for public comment. Any public comment on this item? All right. Seeing none, we'll move to council discussion. Any council discussion on this item? All right. We will call for a vote.
Okay, Chair McKay,
Yes.
because of the issue that you just noted, we do need a motion to change the effective date, since the effective date on the published resolution is July 1st.
Okay.
All right, I move that we change the effective date on the resolution to take effect immediately. Do we need to say June 19th? Because that will be after
Effective
midnight.
immediately is great.
Okay, effective immediately is the motion.
I'll second that. All right, so we'll take a vote on the motion. Counselor Bogdan.
Yes.
Counselor Christensen.
Yes.
Counselor Garrett.
Yes.
Counselor Handley.
Yes.
Counselor Hoban.
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
Now do we take a vote also on the,
Right.
All
Now,
right.
now that the resolution has been amended, the implied motion
all right,
applies. to
we
the
will take a
amended
vote
motion.
on the implied motion. Counselor Christensen.
Yes.
Counselor Garrett.
Yes.
Counselor Handley.
Yes.
Counselor Hoban.
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
And Counselor Bogdan.
Yes.
Those both pass unanimously 7-0. Next, we have a resolution consenting to the appointment of individuals to various boards and commissions, and this will be presented by Mayor Michelle Kafusi.
It's really exciting because we have our boards and commissions organized and in order, and it represents 98 volunteers. And so, as many of you know that have served on boards and commissions, that they tend to turn over right before July 1st. So I have got a few that I would like to get your advice and consent on. And there will be more to come because we are going to make sure we stay on top of this wonderful boards and commissions mayors program. So I am recommending the following reappointments to Provo City boards and commissions, as well as an appointment to the Planning Commission and an appointment to the Parks and Recreation Board, as indicated. Andrew Rennick, I am recommending Andrew be reappointed to a 5-year term on the Board of Adjustment ending June 30th, 2029. Jennifer Wilson, I am recommending Jennifer to be reappointed to a 4-year term on the Housing Authority ending June 30th, 2028. Barbara DeSoto, I am recommending Barbara be reappointed to a 3-year term on the Planning Commission ending June 30th, 2027. Jonathan Hill, I am recommending Jonathan be reappointed to a 3-year term on the Planning Commission ending June 30th, 2027. Adam Shin. Adam has attended several planning commission meetings and has a strong interest in urban planning and architecture. I am recommending Adam be appointed to the vacant term left by Raylene Walling with the term ending June 30th, 2025. Dean Hutchinson. Dean has several years of experience in parks and recreation facility development, as well as a park design and construction. I'm recommending Dean be appointed to a 3-year term ending June 30th, 2027. So that's my list for today. In 2 weeks, there will be more. I am asking for your advice and consent on these amazing volunteers that are willing to give up their time and sit on the mayor's boards and commissions.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions for the mayor? Counselor Whipple.
I just wanted to say thank you for doing the work to find these people and for getting us the list of all the potential appointees. I was able to talk to people that they've worked with and department heads. So I have confidence that all of these are good appointments, and I really appreciate the time so that I can do my work to give informed advice and consent on that.
We're trying to do better, and we are getting there. I'm super excited.
Thank you. All right. Any council discussion? All right, we will go to a vote on the implied motion. Counselor Garrett.
Yes.
Counselor Handley.
Yes.
Counselor Hoban.
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan.
Yes.
And Counselor Christensen.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously 7-0. Next, we have a resolution authorizing BYU Police to apply to public interest use certain bicycles qualifying as lost or mislaid property or property no longer needed for evidence. And this will be presented by Eric Davis with BYU. Is he here?
I don't see Eric.
Do we have another BYU representative who is going to do this item? Do we just continue it, Brian?
Well, let me.
I'll just come present, similar to some of the things that we do with zoning where the applicant doesn't necessarily present. I can present the item, and then if you have questions that BYU needs to answer, then would need to continue it, but otherwise.
We have talked to Eric before, so.
Yeah, he presented at the work session. I think he was out of town, but I thought there was going to be somebody else here. But anyway, so the issue here is that there are state laws regarding how law enforcement agencies have to handle property that's turned over to them as lost or abandoned, or that they collect during an investigation and then no longer need as evidence. The typical process is that when they get done with all of the steps that are required for trying to find the owner of the property, that they have to auction the property off and use the money for the city or municipality that the police agency belongs to. There is an exception to that where, with the approval of the city council, a law enforcement agency can actually donate that property or in other ways turn it over to a public interest use. Provo City Police do that exact thing with bicycles that they obtain in this way and then can't find the owners or don't need any longer and can't return to an owner. They donate them to the Provo Bike Collective, and they do that by means of a resolution very similar to this one that the council passed several years ago. Well, BYU Police also collects a lot of bicycles that are abandoned or lost, and they would like to do the same thing. They also want to turn them over to the Provo Bike Collective, but they are in a little bit of a weird situation because they don't have a legislative body that they report to. So they actually went to the state legislature last year and asked for a change to state law authorizing the legislative body of the city in which they are located to allow them to do this. And so they have applied for this resolution, asking for your permission for them to take those bicycles and donate them to the Provo Bike Collective. Can I answer any questions?
Any questions for Brian? No, sounds good. Thanks, Brian. All right, we'll open this item up for public comment. Is there any public comment about the bicycles? All right, see no public comment. We'll move to council discussion. Is there any discussion on this item? All right, we'll move to a vote on the applied motion. Councilor Handley.
Yes.
Councilor Hoban.
Yes.
Councilor McKay, yes. Councilor Whipple.
Yes.
Councilor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councilor Christensen.
Yes.
And Councilor Garrett.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously 7-0. Next, we have a resolution approving an interlocal agreement between the City of Orem and the Provo City for the installation of utilities on 2000 North. It is presented by Danielle Nixon, an engineer. Hello, Danielle.
Hi, thanks for having me tonight. I came and spoke with you about this interlocal agreement in a work session a number of months ago. Unfortunately, it took a little while to get everything figured out. So I'm here to talk about the final agreements that we've made with Orem City on this project. Use the button. Does this work? Sorry, I've never used this before. So we have an existing agreement with Orem that talks about how all the cities are to work together to determine appropriate locations of utilities, especially along the borders of our city, to make sure that, you know, we're utilizing as much as we can between the two cities and of the roads and just working well together. So maybe. So this is the location of the work. It's 2000 North in Provo and 2000 South in Orem. The entire road is Provo property. And this came about because Orem City is coming in with the Lakeview Parkway section that they have. And it's needing to tie on some utilities that they'll need for future use, such as stormwater and water. So that's what kind of started this whole discussion. Was like Orem came to us about their Lakeview Parkway road project and asked if they could participate in some of our road work that we were doing in 2000 North. So in the agreement, the purpose of the agreement is to install a storm drain main and a water main for Orem City. And why the agreement is needed is, one, because again, like I said, it is in Provo City's right of way. Two, Provo City is the one that will have a contract with a contractor to do the work, because it is in our right of way and we have other work that needs to be done within the roadway. And so that's why we came together. We also needed a storm drain to collect roadway drainage. So they are allowing us to connect onto their storm drain main if they can put it in our road, which we are glad to let them do that. So these are the exhibits within the agreement showing what and where these water mains are being installed. So on the bottom, you have the water main that is on the west side of 2000 North, and on the top you have the stormwater main on the west side of 2000 North as well. And then you have both the water main and the storm drain main on the east side of 2000 North, crossing Geneva Road. So the cost breakdown, we had a bid. We had actually a couple bids, but our latest bid gave us the best numbers. And we broke down the costs, and there's a bid schedule showing the items that were bid upon, but these were the total costs. So the cost, the $2,519,000, that amount is the overall cost that the contractor will be paid for all the work done within 2000 North for this project. The $2,074,000 amount is the amount that Orem is agreeing to pay based on the bid amounts that were given to us by the contractor. And then the rest of the cost would be Provost's cost, which is the cost of installing a water main and taking the cost for the stormwater laterals and inlet boxes. So after I had submitted this for this council session, Orem City came back to me and they had a few corrections on the agreement. So I just wanted to go over those really quick. They are not substantive changes at all. They're very minimal in regards to this agreement. So they just changed some of the wording. Instead of being very specific on the type of the size of the mains that we're installing, they just put it down to just utilities.
Hey, in light of that, Danielle, could we go back to that? So is it okay if they put in a 12-inch storm drain?
So they're taking out the 12-inch storm drain. Like they
Okay.
just are saying stormwater and culinary water utilities instead.
Okay, so we're not worried about anything they're putting in, having specific dimensions to it.
No, because that's all based on the schedule that has been bid
That is in the
upon.
quote?
That's within, that's
Okay.
that defined in that.
Great,
bid
thanks.
schedule. Yes. Again, just another location that they change the wording for the sizing of the mains. Then they also gave some clarification on how we break down some of the shared costs, such as a mobilization cost, SWIP, and traffic control. We did it on a percentage of the total work done for each city. And then just some word items that they changed or took out that they had put in place. And then we had to renumber everything because we took out a section in the agreement that I sent you. I just forgot to renumber it and they caught that. So they renumbered it for me. And they added some signing areas. There was also, because of this, I adjusted the wording in the resolution just to match what we had in the agreement. So I wanted to present that as well. So in summary, these utilities do need to be installed for the Lakeview Parkway project, both for the Provo Lakeview Parkway project and the Orem Lakeview Parkway project. Orem has agreed to all these bid numbers. We've worked very closely with Orem on this project and communicated with them on designs and the cost of everything. And we have sat down with their staff and our staff and both agreed to this agreement and the costs associated with it. If this is approved, the plan is to get this work started this summer and get it completed before January 1st of next year. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for Danielle? Gary Garrett.
Danielle, just to know if you've already presented to Orem City and have they signed the document already?
They are presenting to their council tonight as well.
Tonight also. Thanks.
Councilor Bogdan.
Daniel, this will complete all of the utilities underneath the road.
Correct.
And then we'll pave it next fiscal year. So
Yeah, so the plan is to get all the utilities that need to go underground done this year. So the storm drain and the water, both in 2000 North and in Lakeview Parkway if we can. And then next spring, once it gets warm enough, we'll have another contractor out there to do the pavement and do the sidewalk and everything else. So, because Orem City will have their Lakeview Parkway project starting in the spring and they have to do everything and not just the pavement. So we want to get ahead of them. I can't give you a definitive date, but I would
Comment on this item. The interlocal agreement between Orem and Provo. All right. Any council discussion? All right. We'll vote on the implied motion. Councilor Hoban.
Yes.
Councilor McKay. Yes. Councilor Whipple.
Yes.
Councilor Bogdan.
yes,
Councilor Christensen.
Yes.
Councilor Garrett.
Yes.
Councilor Handley.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously 7-0. Next, resolution regarding year-end 24 appropriations in the Airport Fund, General Fund, and Golf Course Fund. And this will be presented by Kelsey Zarbach, our budget officer.
Good evening. At the end of every fiscal year, we in finance go through different funds and departments throughout the city to make sure that they're going to meet their budget for the current fiscal year. If we have any concerns, usually it's because of something that was unanticipated, and the general expectation is that departments stay within their budgets. For fiscal year 2024, there were 3 different funds that we would like to ask the council for year-end appropriations for: the Airport Fund, the General Fund, and the Golf Course Fund. The Airport Fund, we are requesting an appropriation of $1,143,340. This is going to be budgeted out of surplus fiscal year 2024 revenues, and it will help fund public safety costs at the airport, and then any extra from that amount would go toward a badging office that the airport wants to start construction on shortly. Out of the General Fund, the request is $841,009, which would help fund the other side of those public safety costs at the airport, police operation costs for cell phone contracts, City Hall maintenance and new pedestrian bridge maintenance costs that were unanticipated, and then wayfinding and development services. And out of those different asks, $693,975 is going to be budgeted out of surplus revenue, either from general revenue or chargeback revenue. And then $147,034 would come out of general fund balance. Finally, for the golf course, we are asking for an appropriation of $147,047 out of surplus fiscal year 2024 revenues. And that revenue would be used to fund concession expenses associated with those increased revenues, comp time buyouts, a range tractor, and then an irrigation pump replacement. So I know that's a lot. If the council has any questions, I can take those now.
Any questions for Kelsey? We did go over this in a work meeting. All right, thank you. Oh, Councilor Whipple.
So for something like the airport, what we're saying is the airport had extra revenues that we weren't accounting for when we did our budget projections. And now we want to take that extra money that the airport made and spend it in very specific ways that we also had not anticipated because we didn't know we would have that money.
That's absolutely correct. So that is what applies to a lot of these items.
Okay, and so that way the council and the public both know that the airport is making more money than we anticipated, and we know how that money is going to be spent.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Kelsey? All right, thanks, Kelsey. We open up this item for public comment if anyone has public comment on this item. All right, see no public comment, we'll go to council discussion. Any council discussion on this item? All right, we'll go to a vote on the implied motion. Councilor McKay, yes. Councilor Whipple?
Yes.
Councilor Bogdan?
Yes.
Councilor Christensen?
Yes.
Councilor Garrett?
Yes.
Councilor Handley?
Yes.
Councilor Hoban?
Yes.
And that passes unanimously 7-0. Next, we have a public hearing regarding management salary increases, and this will be presented by Daniel Softly, the Director of Human Resources. And Daniel, if you can please mention what at the state level.
What code?
Yep.
So per Utah Code, Section 10-3-818, dealing with salaries in municipalities, before a governing body may adopt a final budget or a final amended budget that includes a compensation increase for an executive municipal officer, the governing body shall hold a public hearing on that compensation increase. The executive officers of Provo City are the chief administrative officer, the department heads, and then the division heads throughout the city. There's a total of about 28 of them. My purpose here is to satisfy this state requirement by acknowledging that in the upcoming budget, the compensation increases for the executive team are going to mirror the rest of the full-time employees, which is a 2.5% merit increase and 4% COLA as it is currently proposed.
Perfect. Thank you, Daniel. Any questions for Daniel from the council? All right, you're good. Thank you. We'd like to open this item up for public comment if there is anyone who would like to make a comment on this item. Seeing no public comment, we'll move to council discussion. Any discussion on this item? All right, we'll move to a vote on the implied motion. Councilor Whipple.
Sorry, Chair, there actually isn't a resolution on this. This is just a required public hearing.
Great.
And
The
same
public
same
is
thing
heard.
with the upcoming one on the enterprise fund transfers. These are just things that the state code requires you to hold a separate agenda item on, but they're included in the budget.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brian. We'll move to the next item then. A public hearing regarding the annual disclosure of funds transferred from the utility enterprise funds to other funds for the upcoming budget. And this will be presented by Dan Follett, our Division Director of Kelsey Zarbach. She's coming again.
Yes, I'm coming for a lot of these. Dan asked that I fill in for him tonight on this one. But what this is, again, as Brian mentioned, this is a public hearing required by state code. All residents or utility customers should have received a notice with their utility bill that looks like what's on the screen. And what this is it's an annual disclosure of funds transferred from the utility enterprise funds, which are energy, water, wastewater, sanitation, and storm drain funds to other areas of the city. So there's 5 different reasons why this would happen. First of all, the transfers to general fund. This goes way back, but historically Provo has budgeted for the transfer of 10% of utility fund revenues to the general fund as a dividend to Provo taxpayers as the result of taxpayers' investment in the city's utility infrastructure. These funds are used each year to help cover the costs of important city services like police, fire, parks and recreation, and other city functions. The utility transfer, together with franchise fees, help keep property taxes in Provo low. If city utility services were provided by private utility owners, these dividends would instead be paid to investor owners. Because Provo taxpayers are the investor owners, these dividends are used to offset what would otherwise be a significant increase in property tax rates. The 10% transfer totals $12.9 million in the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget. The second reason why there would be transfers from the utility funds is for road maintenance. And again, this goes several years back, since 2013. There's been a 1% transfer from utility fund revenues that has gone to the general fund to help with road maintenance. And the 2025 budget proposes that $1.3 million be transferred to the general fund. The third reason why there would be a transfer from utility funds is for admin costs. It's more cost effective and efficient for certain admin functions such as legal, human resources, finance, information technology to be administered on a citywide basis. And so the utility funds pay the general fund back for those services. And the proposed amount is $1.7 million in fiscal year 2025. The fourth reason is citywide software. A few years ago, Provo implemented a citywide software system known as Provo 360, and because the utility funds benefit from this software, they also pay toward that Provo 360 fund. And the final reason is wastewater actually transfers some money to the water fund just because the water fund actually administers some of the wastewater fund's services. And so again, that's the breakdown on the screen of what all of those transfers are for. And this is a public hearing, so if the public has any comments, they can make them at this time.
Great. Thank you, Kelsey. Any questions, particularly for Kelsey from the council? All right. We are really blessed in Provo to have our own power company and be able to not be paying to some big corporation. Any public comment on this item? It is so unusual to have so many people here. It's just lovely to see you all. Oh, Councilor Travis Hoban.
I always just feel like when we have people here actually that we need to say, like, we've gone through these budgets a lot in previous meetings, so don't feel like we're being flippant about this. This is kind of the last step, but we've all sat through many hours of budget meetings to get to this point, so we are taking it seriously.
This is true, and read a very thick budget book. All right, and seeing no public comment, we will go to council discussion. Any council discussion on this item? All right, so we don't need any vote. All right. Next, you guys, we're so close. We're like 2 away from you. All right, number 9, an ordinance amending the consolidated fee schedule of Provo City Code Section 4.04050. And this will be presented by Kelsey again. She's like the rock star of the night.
Okay, so this ordinance would amend the consolidated fee schedule, and this Provo City Code is referring to the pay range table for city employees and corresponds with what Daniel Softly presented. Ordinarily, this would be approved as part of the final budget adoption, but because of the next item and the potential for truth in taxation, it's best to approve these 2 items now due to their July 1st start dates. And are there any questions about this?
Any questions for Kelsey specifically? I actually had a question. I read through all the fees and I noticed, and is Bill Pepperoni still here? Well, we have Brian. I'm going to try you, Brian. Maybe you'll know. But I noticed that with enforcement, we deal with this a lot where people call in and people are illegally doing construction or building on a site or on a house or a remodel or something. And I noticed that there is a fee for doing that. I think it was $500. But I know this is a problem where nothing generally happens. That's, a comment I get from residents. I'm wondering if we do the fee or if we go straight to legal action, if you know, or if we do both.
That's a good question. You're talking specifically about stop work orders?
Yes, exactly. Stop work orders.
I believe, I don't actually know. We'd have to talk to the code enforcement people about that. Keith is here and I don't know if he has a better answer. We could do either. Off the top of my head, I'm only aware of a couple of instances where we have prosecuted stop work orders where we've actually issued the stop work order and then they've refused to abide by it. But I'm not sure about civil fines.
Okay. I've received 2 emails in the past week about it, so it's like on my radar.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll just follow up with, oh, hey, Bill. Okay, then you can come answer it, please.
I started running, so I think I heard all of it. We charge double the building permit fee. When
Yes.
you come in for the building permit, it's double that fee, and we do charge that.
So you do charge it. What if they just continue and finish the work? Does it also go to court? Like, what do you do if they just do it?
But we would put a stop work order on that. If they work over that,
Mhm.
yes, we would take them to court.
Okay, so you do both in these situations.
Um,
You do the fee and you go to court, or if you're taking them to court, do you not do the fee?
if they come in and get their building permit issued, they get charged double the fee, and then we do our regular inspections, and we don't go to court. They go to court if they ignore us.
Okay,
Okay. Did that answer your questions?
yes. Thank you. All right, any other questions on this item? Counselor Whipple?
I'll just note that we are starting a process to review some of the fees. So these are the fees as they are right now, but we've become aware that we are subsidizing a lot of these fees. It costs more in staff time to actually do the work than what we're charging. And so we have different departments looking at the fees. So there is a chance that after this study or studies that we will be changing fee structures in the future. But this is what we'll be going with until we have real data and justification to change it.
This year we did vote not to do a truth in taxation for city taxes this year. So that is not, we're not having a truth in taxation, we're not increasing them. But I know, like Counselor Whipple said, for me, a focus is we have all these fees that we're subsidizing with taxes, right? And I don't think a citizen not building should be subsidizing a developer building, or I don't, you know what I mean? We shouldn't be taxpayers shouldn't be subsidizing these random things that people are doing on their own for their own business or selves or time or that. So we're getting consultants and doing whole fee studies to make sure that we have our fees correctly set. All right, we'll open this item up for public comment. Anybody who wants to give public comment is welcome to. Council discussion on this item? All right, and we do not take a vote on this, correct, Brian?
No, this one you do need to take a vote on.
All righty, we will take a vote on the implied motion then. Counselor Bogdan?
Yes.
Counselor Christensen?
Yes.
Counselor Garrett?
Yes.
Counselor Handley?
Yes.
Counselor Hopen?
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple?
Yes.
All right, drum roll. 7-0. The ordinance amending the tentative budget for Provo City for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025, and setting a public hearing to consider a proposed change in the library certified tax rate. Now, to explain this a little bit, as I said, we voted no on increasing, we're not going to do truth in taxation for the city, but we will look at that budget and talk about the library tax rate. This will be presented by Kelsey Zarbach again.
Okay, so last week during work meeting, the council indicated interest in considering a property tax increase to fund operations at the library. Because of this, and what this ordinance does is, if truth in taxation, which is the public hearing that would consider the property tax increase, if that were to happen, then the budget for fiscal year 2025 couldn't be adopted until August. But our current fiscal year ends on June 30th. And so what part of this ordinance does, there's three parts. One part is to basically set up the tentative budget that the mayor presented on May 14th as the temporary budget that would kind of close the gap between July 1st and then when the budget is finally adopted in August after truth in taxation occurs. That would also include amendments to the tentative budget that I presented, I think, on June 4th. The second thing this ordinance does is actually initiate the truth in taxation process. And I believe that the recommendation was to consider a maximum increase of revenue of $450,000 for the library. That was what was discussed last week at work meeting. And then the third thing that this ordinance would do is adopt the certified tax rates for general operations and debt service, which would be exactly what the county had given us. There would be no increases there. The library fund, the tax rate there is what the certified rate is from the county right now. But if the council decides to go forward with truth and taxation, we would have a different rate that we would submit to the county that would get mailed out to all the residents in July so that they would be aware of the proposal in time for the August public hearing. And I believe, and Justin, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe the truth and taxation public hearing date is August 13th. And so that would be an opportunity for all citizens to come and speak whether they're in favor or not of the proposed property tax increase. After that, the final budget would be adopted, I think, on August 20th. And that's the time frame there. Any questions?
Doesn't look like it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair McKay, given the interest in this item, would it be appropriate if I just spent a couple minutes talking about the decision points and the time frame, the timeline for budgeting, how the process works?
Absolutely.
So just to kind of clarify what is being asked today, because I know there's a lot of people that are here for the library, so I specifically want to address that. So just to be clear, as Chair McKay alluded to before, one thing to know is that there is no proposal on the table to cut money for the library, okay? There has been a proposal asked from the library board to increase library funding by increasing the property tax rate that is specific to the library. The decision to actually do that is not being made tonight, okay? But the decision that is being made tonight is whether to maybe do that in the future. So what I mean by that is that what state code requires is that in the last meeting, by June 22nd, which is obviously this week, the council has to do one of two things. They either have to approve the budget with no increases in taxation, or they have to, as Kelsey just mentioned a few minutes ago, tell us what numbers we're going to use for the next couple months and propose another hearing in August, and that is the hearing at which the tax rate is actually decided, okay? So the only thing that happens tonight is either a decision to not even discuss raising taxes, or to have another meeting in August where it will be decided if the council wants to raise taxes for the library up to the percentage that's decided tonight, which is in the ordinance. And they can't, even in August, they can't raise it any higher than that. So just again, to be clear about what's being proposed, the ordinance that is on the table proposes doing that. So the ordinance as currently written, if passed, sends out public notice for hearings in August to consider an increase to the certified tax rate for the library. For the council to decide not to do that would require them to make motions in this meeting to actually change the budget ordinance. So as it's currently written, it's already scheduled for all of those things to take place. Is there anything else that would be helpful to touch on?
I think that was great, Brian. I think Councilor Whipple wants to say something.
Yeah, so you said there wouldn't be a final decision on the library tonight, but if we do amend it to say, no, we're not going forward with truth and taxation, that is a final decision.
Right, yeah.
The yes is not a final decision, but the no would be a final
Yes,
one.
a final no could be decided tonight, but a final yes can't be.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Okay. We'll open this up for public comment. Oh, Mr. Green Shirt's been smiling at me the whole time. You're going to be good.
Yep. My name is Benjamin Weinheimer. The vowels are E-I-E-I-E, almost like Old MacDonald.
That's really helpful, actually. She thanks you.
I've lived in Provo for 19 years. I grew up in Iowa and went to Iowa State University. I did not think it was possible I could love a city more than I loved Ames in Iowa. And then I came to Provo for grad school. The plan was to go back to Ames, and that disintegrated. So we've been here 19 years. The two things I love most about Provo are the library and the rec center. And when there have been offers to buy our house, I've always said no, because I'm not going to find that combination in any other city in Utah Valley that I'm aware of. So Provo is very important to me. Our 20-year-old daughter went to story time when she was a kid, when we first got here. And I just want to point out that the services they offer are amazing. I know we're short on time, but my 9-year-old, when she heard that this could happen, said, but that's where I went and learned piano, because they had piano lessons. And my 7-year-old, who is very miserly with her money, when she found out that property taxes could go up, around $12 a year, she said, well, I have $5. I could donate that. And then the 9-year-old said, I'll make a lemonade stand. And so to hear my 2 youngest children talk about how important the library is to them, and hear them horrified that just because costs keep going up, there might be some things that need to be cut, that made me show up to a city council meeting for the first time in my life. So anyway.
Well,
please,
welcome.
Thank you. So please make this discussion last until August.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Emily Sorensen. That's S-E-N, not S-O-N. I live here in Provo. I have lived in 5 states and 4 countries. And I would like to say the Provo Library is the best, the finest library I have ever had the privilege to go to. The programs offered there do true good in this community. I'm in favor of giving the library whatever it needs. In fact, I'm in favor of giving the library whatever it wants. So please vote in support of the library. It is one of the most magnificent jewels in the best city I have ever been in.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Bruton, and I live in the Mazer neighborhood here in Provo. I also am the current library board chair. I am speaking on behalf of me and my neighborhood, people that I have spoken to, as well as my children. My children attend Provo Peaks Elementary School, which, as you know, is a Title I school. Many of their classmates struggle with food security and home security, and the library is a place where they can go to find resources and love that they can't find anywhere else. I know that there are some people who struggle with all the many programs that the library provides. I don't know why, but they think it should just be a place to go get books, that they're a want, not a need, to have all of these programs. And that is where this money would go, is to support these programs. And to you, I would say, along with King Lear, reason not the need. Because it is not a need for you, does not mean it is not a need for someone else. Including these children at these Title I schools in our neighborhoods that deserve these programs to come and be able to use the audiovisual equipment to complete a school assignment that is found in the basement of the library that they can use for free, to have help on the computers from the librarians if they need help with their homework. Even things like the Lego Club that is provided for free for these kids who maybe don't have a place to go to make friends that's a safe environment. The library provides that for them. I would just ask that you allow us as citizens to have more of a discussion on this, to vote for the $12, as someone said earlier, is the cost of maybe one hardback book. And even then, that's a cheap hardback if you buy books. The library provides so much more than just books on the shelf. And as a member of the library board, I've seen where every dollar goes, and every dollar matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair McKay, if I could just interject, I recognize the enthusiasm, but I did just want to comment. We do this ubiquitously in all the meetings, so don't feel singled out. It is actually a violation of the rules of decorum to applaud because of the potential for it making those who disagree feel singled out. So.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Alyssa Hansen. I'm a Provo resident, active patron of the Provo City Library, and member of the Provo Library Board. I'm speaking as a private citizen. My thoughts do not represent the Provo Library Board as a whole. I've already emailed the City Council my reasoning why the library needs a tax increase, but today I would like to share a few more thoughts. Even if you are adamantly opposed to tax increases and still plan to vote no, it is your responsibility and due diligence to hold a truth in taxation. The greater public needs to be made aware of the dire funding situation facing the library. I would not have known about the financial issues the library is facing if I was not on the library board. I know I would have been livid if I found out after the fact that the library was in trouble, and we could have had discussions with you, our city council, during a truth in taxation, only to have it dead end with 4 votes and no real public knowledge. Go through the truth in taxation process so that your community and your constituents have an opportunity to be made aware of what's going on and talk to you about their thoughts. The library has done an exhaustive budget review and is already making cuts. But if it does not get a tax increase to help with their deficit, drastic cuts will happen that will affect not only staff, but the community as a whole. If you as a council disagree with the library's proposed solution of a $12 a year tax increase per household, then please help the library come up with another solution. I know there is funding within our city on more frivolous projects and departments that could be diverted to the library. Where in our overall city budget can there be cuts on non-essentials that can support this critical part of our community? It may also be prudent to discuss adding the library to the general city funds budget, which it currently is not. The library gets most of its funding from this one property tax, but by adding it to the general city funds, it would alleviate the need for more tax increase proposals because it would have access to the general city funds. Please at least vote yes today to hold a truth in taxation to give Provo residents, the people you represent, ample time and opportunity to learn about this issue and give their feedback to you.
Thank you.
Hi, this baby is not to manipulate your emotions. I just couldn't wait for it.
It's working.
Great. My name is Rachel Armstrong. I'm a Provo City resident, and I just also wanted to come in support of having a truth in taxation hearing for library funds. I have 4 kids. We've lived here for 12 years, 13 years, and my kids love the library. We love the library programs. We currently have the Beanstack app where you can track your reading minutes for their summer reading challenge. My daughter has already read or listened to audiobooks, which is not the debate we're having here about if that counts as reading. For that summer reading program, she's already finished it and gone to the library and gotten her new book that she gets to keep. And my 5-year-old pesters me or the babysitter every day to go to the library so he can do the new coloring page that they have in the children's area. And I'm also participating in the summer reading program. My kids got their like punch balls yesterday, the balloons. We really love the library, and it's such a wonderful place. And I think it's hard to go wrong with, I understand that there is, it's hard to increase taxes. That's a lot on people, but I think it's hard to go wrong on for sure talking about doing that increase, and then also funding the library that can bring such joy and community to our neighborhood.
Thank you. After you, we're going to go to a Zoom comment, just so you know.
Okay. My name is Heather Scavland, and I live in the Franklin neighborhood. I'm going to read a little bit of the email I already sent you because I'm nervous. I'm here to ask you to support necessary funding for the Provo Library by having the August hearing. Our library has been incredibly important for multiple generations of my family. I've been taking my 2 kids, now ages 11 and 13, to the library since they were babies, starting with story time and summer reading and continuing with Library Kids Junior, Tween Thursdays, and Minecraft Club. In 2019, we moved my parents to Provo because my mom had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Our library trips were the highlight of each week. She wandered the children's department, always starting, with the Newbery award-winning book section and ending in the picture books. We checked out stacks of books that she read over and over. One of our favorite events took place right before the 2020 shutdown. My mom and kids saw the wonderful children's writer and illustrator Sophie Blackall speak in the ballroom. When my mom died in January of 2023, we asked that donations be made to the Provo Library in her honor due to the impact the library had made in her last years. Donations are important, but they are not the answer to the current budgetary issues. Our vital community resources need reliable, steady sources of income and funding. More important than the personal benefits the library has provided me and my family, the library has always felt like a safe, inclusive space for everyone in our city. It provides programming for all ages and all abilities. Libraries provide educational services, preserve history, and support underserved and vulnerable populations. It is an essential part of our city. Please provide adequate funding for the Provo Library. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to the online comment. The online person can say their name and the city of residence. You need to unmute yourself. Oh, I think you did it for a quick second, but you're muted again. Okay, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello? All right. I am sorry about that. This is Melody Anthony. I am a resident of Provo. A lot of the things that I would like to say, many of the people have already said. So I just want to add my voice and say, please give the truth in taxation and vote yes for that. And
thank you.
Also that I think that governments spend money on things that are ridiculous, but libraries are important. So that's all.
Thank you, Melanie. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to go to the next comment. Now, just by raise of hands, how many people are here to still speak for the library? Okay. Sounds good.
Hi, my name is Becca Ogden and I live in Provo. I briefly worked for the Provo Library in 2022 and I worked in their admin office. So I helped with some of their bookkeeping. I input and tracked some expenses and I was really shocked by the amount that they do with the money that they have. And I don't know, they could have fooled me. I would have thought they would have had a much larger budget. They were very good at keeping track of all of the money that came in, like down to the nickel. And I know because it was actually my job to count the nickels and enter them into a spreadsheet. The library services, obviously, you're going to hear like a lot of people voicing their support for them. I do think that most families are going to be in favor of providing these resources to other families who might not otherwise be able to get these resources. So I just want to add my voice to all of those other voices that you've heard. And also just personally say how much the library has meant to our family and how much it has been a way of life for us and not just something that we occasionally do. We went to an event last night. We saw members of the community. It was so great to be with people in Provo. We don't get that opportunity very often. And it was great to see other families who are excited about storytelling and culture. And the Provo Library is the cultural heart of our city. And I think we would all agree that we deserve to have a conversation about paying more to keep that cultural heart beating. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angie Carter. I'm also from Provo. I've been living here for over 30 years. And I remember when the Provo Library used to be in the former next door. And we had a debate then about restoring the Academy building. And that just barely passed to get the cultural icon and educational icon that we have now. We need to preserve that legacy. We need to have the truth and taxation hearing to keep that going. And the other thing that's really important here, as people have mentioned, is not only the impact on families, but the library board member who mentioned that we need to get the library as part of the regular budget and not just a separate taxation item. That should have happened a long time ago. And I urge you to look at that as well. Thank you.
Wait, what should have happened a long time ago?
That the library should be part of the budget, not a separate taxation line item.
That would not be in your best interest, but we'll talk about that later.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christy Lehman. I don't have a lot to say that hasn't already been said, but just that my kids, since we were, when my kids were little, we lived in the library, we lived for those programs, we lived for summer reading. As they got bigger, they were reluctant readers, and the library afforded us a chance to try lots of different books. I don't think they would have learned to enjoy reading nearly as much without that opportunity. We wouldn't have been able to afford to buy those books, obviously. As they got bigger, as teens, the library is like one of the few places outside of school and outside away from home where they can gather with their friends where nobody's trying to sell them anything, which I think is really valuable. And also where they can have access to some of the resources that have been discussed. And that's true for adults too. I learned today about the radon detectors that the library was able to purchase that are going to be available for checkout. And that's something that could literally save lives. And the library is a great hub for resources like this for people to find out about them and also be able to use them. So yeah, I just want to echo what's been said earlier, that we should at least continue this conversation through the summer, and that the community deserves to know what's going on with the library budget. And they deserve even more funding than that. So thanks.
Thank you. All right, I think one more.
My name's Emily Weinheimer, and I'm a Provo resident. And we've lived here for nearly 19 years. And when we first moved here, we moved here for my husband to go to graduate school, and I had no friends and I didn't know anyone. And I had a nearly 2-year-old, and I went to the library every week. Story time was the highlight of my week because I didn't know anyone, and it made such a big difference. And so I've been going every week pretty much since I started moving here. And even now, as I have a 20-year-old down to a 7-year-old, we're still at the library nearly weekly. And I'm just grateful for all of the different services. And I think I am just so grateful for everything they have to offer. And I just would hope that you would take the time to vote yes, so that we can put more time and effort into figuring out the funding.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Justine Eggleston. I'm a resident of Provo. I wanted to also quickly add my own feedback and insight that was shared with others, that personally I've really benefited. My family has benefited from the programs of the Provo Library, and also professionally as a licensed clinical social worker, I encourage my families to get connected with local free resources that the library offers, not only at its actual facility, but through those mobile outreach vans that they have that provide access to individuals who are seeking reading and learning about the other resources that the library provides. The story time that they have provided throughout the park that provides safe, encouraging atmospheres for other families to get connected when we're all trying to get reconnected in this day and age in a more sustainable way. So I just wanted to throw in my own feedback that I'm supportive of having some more time to maybe explore any hesitancies and clarifications so we can provide a wonderful resource to all individuals in Provo.
Thank you. All right, how many more are you last one? You're 2, so we have 2. Anyone else I'm missing? We have 3. Okay, 3 and then we're done.
They got to raise their hands high if they want to.
Yeah, these ones are surprises.
Yeah.
I'll do it in 30 seconds. I support the truth in taxation. I support the library. I just want to caution against what some of this, my fellow citizens have well-meaningly suggested, which is putting the library's revenues together with the rest of the city's general. Yeah, you don't want to do that, because then the library has to fight with every other agency for budgets every single year. Whereas now that the library is sectioned off with sort of an earmark, its own slice of the property taxes, doesn't have to fight as much. It may not look fortunate now, but just be really cautious with advocating for that. That's mostly a message to my fellow residents. Thanks.
And we need your name and city of residence, please.
Drew Tate, Provo.
Thank you.
My name is Ronald Mortensen. I live in Provo, and I just wanted to support the library and support going into the truth in taxation so that we can fully understand how to best fund not only the library and the programs, but also maintaining the historic building that the library currently resides in. I'm very thankful for libraries and for what they've done for the books and communities that they've introduced me through in those programs, and the people that I'm friends with today and are part of my community that I do not, that I wouldn't have known otherwise.
And my name is Kate Payne. I'm a Provo resident. I just wanted to say, I feel like we've heard from a lot of parents, which is great, but I'm 24. I'm not a parent. I grew up here in Provo. I've lived here my whole entire life. I think that there's hardly been a week that I wasn't in Provo where I didn't go to the library. And even as I've been in college, I've continued to keep that up. And it's been a valuable place for me to study, but also to meet people that I never would have met otherwise. And I would love to have the chance to participate in the truth and taxation hearing and support the library in that way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to everyone for their public comment. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to go over a couple things that came up with the public comment. Number one, it was very purposeful when the library was put in that new building and when the specific property tax for the library was all set up, that it be its own entity, so to speak, and have its own slice of the pie, as that gentleman so nicely said. And that was done to protect the library, right? We can't go in and cut their budget by, like, we can't. Let's give an example. Like so the library, when they gave their presentation, they brought the fact that their purchasing power is about 60%. Their mill rate has gone to 60% of what it was. In comparison, the city's mill rate's about 8%. So we've gotten way less purchasing power. And so there's been constant cuts. There's been constant moving of money around. There's been constant creativity, even more so than in the library, right? So that's just a comparison. If we had the library in that same bucket, it would probably look a lot different and have a lot less money than it has right now. Just an example. But that was in its protection. And I also want to say that I can guarantee you that all of us here love the library and we recognize it as the number one entity. That and the rec center really compete for people's number one amenity in the city of Provo. I know as a kid, I went door to door and collected donations for the academy and, the money to save that building. I think most people here have a history there with the library of some sort. But did I explain that okay, Brian?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, we looked at that. That came up in the work session. I haven't seen, some of that is supposition as far as what we think they were trying to do. But yeah, the issue, as far as what I think what you were trying to say as far as the mixing of the general fund and the tax rate is the library can be funded more from the general fund than it currently is. That's certainly possible. And I would say there are probably pros and cons, right? I mean, one of the pros is that then there's more sources of revenue. It's maybe easier to even things out. But the con is that, as it has been mentioned, it's no longer dedicated, right? Right now, the property tax that goes to the library can't be used for anything else. So if we didn't have a specific, just by way of example, if we didn't have a specific property tax for the library, and we were in a situation identical to the one this year where the library said we need $500,000 more, and that was part of the city budget, and the city council came to the conclusion that we should raise the general operating tax enough to get $500,000. That's great for this year, but next year the council could decide to spend that $500 for something other than the library without changing anything.
Where with the library having its own, that 500,000 stays with it year after year after year. Okay. Public comment. I mean, not public comment, council discussion. Council comment. George Hanley?
Thanks. Yeah, I was going to make a quick comment about, I've got to do more research on this, but my understanding is it goes farther back to Andrew Carnegie, because his deal with cities and making his donations to create public libraries was that they had to commit to public funds for the public service of the library. So I would assume we could probably go back a lot farther on that. I had some really interesting, and I'll just add that, I think, as several people have said, I think it's, maybe we need to find more creative solutions to get more revenue to the library. Frankly, what they're asking for, if you've been paying close attention, really only covers $500,000 of an $800,000 financial shortfall. So we're actually still contemplating $300,000 worth of services being cut, even if we approved this tax increase. So there's a longer term picture that we have to solve. I don't personally see any solution to it that doesn't include a boost this year and a regular boost every year to the property tax source, because that's 87% of their budget. if we're going to create other budget revenues for them, those need to be secured so that they're not subject to the whims of a changing council, which can change every 2 years and can change pretty dramatically very quickly. So I don't think that's an ideal scenario for the library. I've had some interesting conversations with citizens in the last several days, and I've been doing my own number crunching, and just to help people understand that until last year, the property tax rate had not been adjusted in the entire time that the library's been in the new building since 2001. And that's essentially, I've been sort of calling it a fixed income. It's not exactly fixed because there's some adjustments for growth over time, but that change has been very modest. In fact, Kelsey helped me find some of those numbers. The total revenue for the library in 2002 was $3,640,000, and in 2020 it was $4,446,000. So, and actually that accounts for growth. We do get adjustments in property tax for growth, but it's not also adjusted for inflation. So essentially, if you had $100, if you had 100 citizens in Provo in 2000, and everyone gave $1 to the library budget, in 2024 dollars, that's now the equivalent of $60 rather than 100. And even if the population of Provo grew from 100 to 110, which is somewhat close to what it actually has grown in terms of percentage difference, that's still $66 per person in 2024. So we're paying less for our library now than we were 24 years ago. And the library has been providing its services all these years with decreasing buying power over the course of those years. That's a real concern. So I'm not ready to ask them to be more creative with their budget when they've already proven that they've done that very well. That budget was very generously allotted in the beginning. And that was one reason why the library was actually able to create a savings account. They had a savings account that kept them afloat. So when I was first on the council 6.5 years ago, and I remember the library presentations, they were always saying that things were tough, but they had their savings that they could rely on. I see that a little bit with a different lens now, because I can see that of course was not sustainable over time. We've been dipping into those savings, and they're shrinking down to very low levels, to the point where the library has come to us with these important requests. So I think I'll just end by saying that I'm grateful that we're having this discussion. I'm grateful that my colleagues are willing to have the discussion. I'm grateful that we're hearing from so many citizens about this, and I think it is fruitful and important for us to look closely at what's happening there. The more closely I look at it, the more concerned I am that we're not supporting it enough, even with this increase. I mean, if it were possible, it's not at this point, because we agreed that the maximum would be what they're asking, but I do think they didn't ask enough in my mind. I hope that we can at least meet them at this request, and then put our heads together as citizens and as a council to look at the longer term picture of how to make sure that this library doesn't end up being in this position year after year. I understand one of the things that Carnegie also didn't like, even though he was a philanthropist himself, was that libraries would need to depend on private monies. I understand that it's valuable for libraries to fundraise, and I hope our library continues to do that, and I would always be grateful for funds that are given, but it needs to remain a public service, I think, primarily funded by public funds. I think if somebody came along and said, I'll give $5 million a year in perpetuity to keep your library open, I think that would really actually rob us of a really important sense of shared commitment to a public service like the library. So I'm really grateful that I personally, as a citizen, have the opportunity to pay this tax, and look forward to paying more.
Any other council discussion? Rachel Whipple.
Yes, you knew it'd be me. In her comment, Christy Lehman mentioned the radon testing. This is a new service that the library is going to be providing. And I just wanted to let you know a little bit about what that is. In radon, exposure to radon is it's the second cause of lung cancer in the United States, just behind smoking. And in Utah, where we don't have a lot of smokers, but we have a very high cancer rate for lung cancer, it's because of radon. In Utah County, the average radon level is about 9. The safe level in your house is 4. And that means, some people are much, much higher than average. They're unsafe levels. It's an easy mitigation with a little pump if you know you need to do that. The library has just gotten grant money from the Utah State Library to purchase 5 radon detectors that will be available for checkout for people in Provo and Orem. And they're the good ones that you can go through and do multiple readings so you can get the different readings in the different rooms of your house. It's worse in the basement than it is in upper levels, so that you can know what you need to do to mitigate. This is not something that the library is using your taxpayer money on. They got grants for it, just like they got a grant for upgrading their computers, for the mobile van. They are leveraging as much money as they can. But where else would we house this kind of resource in our city? What other agency or entity would take ownership of this, where people would know that they could go get information and find out how to use this? So the library is this amazing resource center for information, for tools, for sociality. I volunteer at the Family Justice Center. I've been there twice in the last month, even going after city council meetings to provide free legal advice to people who can't afford a lawyer. These are people who also don't have computers for the most part. And if they're trying to file court documents on their own, they have to have a computer. They can't do it on their phone. And I can talk them through the process, but the only way this free legal service works is because I know they can go someplace where they can work on the computer, where they can pay to print their documents, and they can bring it back for legal review, or they can file them with the court. I feel very strongly that we need to support the library for this truth in taxation. I am glad that most of their funding is this dedicated funding from the property tax, that there's a little property tax amount that is set aside just for our library. Ideally, as my fellow councilor George said, we would be increasing that amount a little bit every year, because if we don't, the percentage that they're charged goes down. So the library effectively has a smaller budget every year, that we don't increase the property tax rate. That means for years, they've been doing more with less, right? Or they've been dipping into the savings, which is good when you've got a lot of savings, but at some point you're like, ooh, we do not have a lot of savings anymore. Doing more with less is a wonderful strategy to get through a hard time, right? This is a surge thing. You can do this. It is not a sustainable strategy, because if you try to sustain doing more with less over a long period of time, eventually you're just doing less. You're burning out your people. You're realizing you can't maintain our exceptional level of services and quality. And you have to make the cuts. This resource is too important to our community, to all demographics in our community, to the wealthy, to the poor. It's an especially valuable resource for our young families. And I remember being a young stay-at-home mom who was very isolated, and the library was where I found people I could talk to. There were some days that the only person I would get to talk to would be a librarian. right? Because my husband was gone all the time. I just had tiny children. And I've heard in our public comment tonight that it's still serving that function for our people. And it's serving our older people who need a place. I sit on the library board meetings, and the stories that they have conveyed about their patrons and the value of that service, and the fact that the service of the library is not just cold and transactional, but it's personal and social, is also incredibly important. I'm fully supportive of continuing with the truth in taxation and having the hearing. I have been counting the emails that we have received, and as I wrote down all of your public comment, I recognized many of your names because I have been writing down the names of all of the people who have emailed us about this. And as I've read the emails, I have written whether you were supportive of truth in taxation, or if you just love the library and didn't say anything about taxing, or if you love the library and you think we should find the money in some other way, or if you love the idea of a library but you disagree with the content that they provide. We got some of those. I have written down the names of 229 people who emailed us in support of truth in taxation for the library, and 9 people who were either on the fence or opposed to taxation. So that is more public input on one single item than I've gotten on anything in the entire time that I've been on the council. Like it's just magnitude. And we've gotten all of these emails in the course of about a week. So I've never seen a more effective call to action. And this tells me that the people who are connected with the library really, really, really love it. And they see not only that it benefits their lives, but that it helps the community as the whole. I'm going to stop now because if I keep talking, I'm going to say something. It'll make me cry. You guys don't need to see that.
Any more discussion by the council? Gary Garrett.
We have had remarkable, inspiring input from residents here this evening. And as Councilmember Whipple mentioned, many more via online and email, which we appreciate. We take very seriously our role to account for the tax dollars. I'm grateful to have a city administration this year that was able to balance the general fund and budget in a way that we do not have to do a truth in taxation for the general fund. And the only reason this is an issue for us is that we want to make sure we're fulfilling our fiduciary role with your tax dollars. Please continue to, we invite your comment. We know that for some, their budgets are tight and it's difficult for them to consider how they can fund one more thing. So we want to continue to invite your input and comment. I'm glad we'll have a little more time. I'm supportive of taking more time to consider a truth in taxation, to have a truth in taxation hearing to consider the impact of this important decision on our taxes.
Any other comment? Councilor Christensen.
You know, I'm not a big fan of Parks and Rec in terms of using it. I just don't. And I totally understand people who love the rec center and who use the park. I just don't. And part of my responsibility is to appreciate their passion for those who do. It's also to make sure that I am fiscally responsible with your money. Because I also hear from people who say, please don't keep taxing us. Really, you can't do better than this? And so, like Gary said, I respect that the administration came in this year with no tax increase, none. Now, I'm suggesting, because I'm actually a big library fan, at least a book a week. Love the library. And I still have a responsibility to be fiscally careful about how the taxes are used. Even $1. I know it sounds like, well, it's just $1. And if everyone loads on $1, taxes go up. I'm sensitive to that. So I'd like to suggest this isn't a matter of passion. It's a matter of perspective. I absolutely believe we should continue this dialogue. That's why I voted for it last week. I voted for it tonight, because we need to figure this out and we need to figure out what's right. But it's not just passion, it's also the fiscal responsibility for that. Now, I say a different perspective because I hear things like, creative budgeting, doesn't get what you need. I actually see really good things happen when people have to get creative in budgeting. I see it in departments in the city. The library has shown it can be tremendously creative. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's actually our responsibility in government to be as creative as we can. And I also don't think that doing more with less is necessarily a bad thing. It causes us to be more creative in how we respond. Now, my background is in business, it's not in government. And I can tell you, I've gone through business cycles where we've had to get extremely creative. And many of the times, those creative situations caused us to go through breakthroughs. So I don't want to just dismiss the fiscal side of this. So I'm passionate about the library. I absolutely will vote for us to continue this dialogue because we need to. I actually feel like the biggest challenge we have is the library has no capital improvement program. It's a big old building. I too was one of the big fans of turning it into the library, when we took that old building. And old buildings have upsides and downsides. Upsides are really cool. Downsides are that they're really expensive. And so when a chiller goes out and it breaks the bank for $500,000, that is painful. If you have a capital improvement, process in place, you actually budget those out. So I'd like to suggest we look at taking this increase and allocating it to a capital improvement so that the library doesn't have to pay for a new chiller, doesn't have to figure out what to do when the bricks fall off, and they do. So absolutely love the library. And part of my responsibility is also to be fiscally responsible and to be as creative as possible. I admire what the library has done on a very flat budget for a very long time. And so I think this dialogue is going to be very helpful, but I don't want anyone to think that just because I'm not just fully passionate, it's because, again, I don't go to the rec center, and I appreciate that a lot of people do, and it makes a difference to a lot of people. I need to be sensitive to that as well. So please be engaged with this as we go through this process. Let's figure out how to make sure we address those long-term issues, especially with that old historic building that's so beautiful, that needs to be kept, the gem that it is. And that's why I support us continuing in the truth and taxation.
Any other comment or discussion? All right, we'll vote on the implied motion. Counselor Whipple.
Sorry, I don't know if this is for Brian or Kelsey, but looking at the ordinance, it puts the library mill rate at the 0.00395. Isn't that just the county rate?
Well, that paragraph is setting the rate from now till the truth and taxation.
Okay.
There's a separate paragraph that says what it can go up to.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure that I understood that, because every once in a while I get confused on these things. Thank you.
It's a long document
Yeah.
and confusing one.
All right, we will take a vote on the implied motion. Counselor Hoban.
No.
Counselor McKay. Yes. Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan.
Yes.
Counselor Christensen.
Yes.
Counselor Garrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Handley.
Yes.
All right, that passes 6-1. Next, we have a resolution adopting, and we're not offended if the library people leave.
Thanks for coming.
We're impressed you stayed this long. Next, a resolution adopting a budget for the Provo City Stormwater Service District in the amount of $6,485,898 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024, and ending June 20th, 2025.
Chair McKay, before we hear that item, we do need to recess as the council and reconvene as the Stormwater
Oh,
Board.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Brian. We will now recess as the Provo Municipal Council. If there's no objection, we will now briefly recess the Provo Municipal Council meeting to convene as the Provo City Stormwater Service District by unanimous consent. All right, again, on to number 11, which I read earlier, presented by Kelsey Zarbach.
So the Stormwater Service District is a separate legal entity, but still technically part of Provo City. This resolution would adopt the Stormwater Service District's budget for fiscal year 2025 and would not be affected by truth and taxation in any way. And as Councilor Hope mentioned earlier, the council has heard this several times throughout the past few months. So there's nothing new that's changed with this, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Kelsey? Thanks, Kelsey. All right, we'll open this item up for public hearing. Anyone who wants to say anything about the Stormwater Service District budget? Seeing no public comment, we'll move to council discussion. Any council discussion on this item?
I'm just surprised there's no public comment. Come on,
Yeah,
stormwater people.
so passionate about the library, but not the stormwater district. Come
on. We will take a vote on the implied motion. Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple?
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan?
Yes.
Counselor Christensen?
Yes.
Counselor Garrett?
Yes.
Counselor Handley?
Yes.
Counselor Hoban?
Yes.
Now we will, if there's no objection, okay, that passes 7-0. If there's no objection, we will now adjourn the Provo City Stormwater Service District meeting and convene as the governing board of the Redevelopment Agency of Provo by unanimous consent.
Hello, welcome to the Redevelopment Agency. This will be a public hearing regarding the fiscal year 2024-2025 Provo City Redevelopment Agency budget, and it will be presented by Kelsey Zarbach.
This is the last one for me, so thank you. This is the redevelopment agency, again, is a separate legal entity for Provo City. And what it does is it contains a fund called the Tax Increment Fund. And what that does is if there's a certain project area that is determined and there's an increase in property tax revenues generated by improving that area, this fund kind of tracks all of that and helps with redevelopment in certain areas. And again, we've talked about this one several times and it's up for budget adoption for fiscal year 2025. Any questions?
Any questions for Kelsey?
It's my question. Oh, sorry. That's okay. Did you have questions? All right. Thank you, Kelsey. We will now open this item for a public hearing. There was movement, but not public hearing. Okay. We'll now close public hearing on this. And we don't need to vote on this or anything? Or do we?
Yeah.
This one is? Some of the public hearings we don't. Okay. We'll call for a vote on the implied motion. All right. Board Member Bogdan.
Yes.
Board Member Christensen.
Yes.
Board Member Garrett.
Yes.
Board Member Handley.
Yes.
Board Member Hoban.
Yes.
Board Member McKay.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Board Member Whipple is a yes. The vote is 7-0 for the record. If there's no objection, we will now adjourn the governing board of the Redevelopment Agency of Provo meeting by unanimous consent. Now you.
All right, we will now return from our recess of the Provo Municipal Council meeting and reconvene the meeting at this time. All right, action item number 13, an ordinance amending the zone map classification of real property located at 1730 North, 2300 West from the agricultural zone to the one-family residential zone, Grandview North Neighborhood. This will be presented by our planner, Dustin Wright.
All right, thank you very much. So this item is one that's being requested to change a property zone from an agricultural zone classification to a residential R110 zone. This property here, so it's approximately 1.5 acres of land that they're requesting this rezone. The plan for rezoning it would be to develop it for single-family residential lots. So this would provide two lots on this property. The current zoning is agricultural A15, and the surrounding property is A15 and R110. So the zone that they're requesting is the R110 that's adjacent to it. And when we get a rezone, we look at the general plan and the general plan map. General plan map has different designations from residential, commercial, agricultural. In this location, the general plan map calls for residential, so this rezone request would be aligned with our general plan. And so staff and the planning commission recommend approval of this rezone request, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Dustin. Any questions for Dustin? All right, thank you. We will open this item up for public comment. If there's any comment on this zone change. Seeing no public comment, we'll move to council discussion. Is there any council discussion on this item? All right, we'll move to a vote on the implied motion. Councilor Whipple.
Yes.
Councilor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councilor Christensen.
Yes.
Councilor Garrett.
Yes.
Councilor Handley.
Yes.
Councilor Hoban.
Yes.
And Councilor McKay, yes, that passes 7-0. Next, an ordinance amending the zone map classification of property located at 5610 North University from the agricultural zone to the Arbors of the Avenue Project Redevelopment Zone, North Timpview Neighborhood. And this will be presented by our planning supervisor, Aaron Ardwar.
Okay, thank you, council. I'm well aware that the council knows all about this, but for the benefit of the public, let me just run through the request again. This one kind of has an odd history because it's returning to the council after a former decision a couple months ago.
Yeah, and let's just focus on the changes.
Okay, I can do that. So the changes on this, let me go to the plan. So there's the plan. The main issue last time, still is the main issue, is the lack of sewer infrastructure. So let me go to that. Okay, so the solution and the reason it came back, the council asked for it to come back with this this development agreement proffered by the applicant who is here tonight to speak to it. And I've highlighted some of those obligations that Mr. Burgonje has proffered to the city, including, you know, the maximum number of units, maximum number of levels, parking ratio, trail connections, 50% for sale units. The main one is in G there, acknowledging the lack of sewer infrastructure. That even though the zone could be given tonight, that no further project plan or permits would be approved until that issue is handled. So maybe I'll just keep it brief and see if there's any questions.
Thanks, Aaron. Any questions for Aaron? Councilor Becky Bogdan.
Aaron, we talked about this a little bit in work meeting, but could you explain the general plan for the Northeast area and when it'll be done and why this isn't waiting until that Northeast area plan is approved by council?
Sure. So the general plan up here is very general. The specific area plan for the Northeast neighborhoods, everything north of 3700 North, is being worked on right now. This is we've gotten through most of the area. This is kind of the last section that we'll be handling this Thursday evening. But we have a good idea of what staff would be recommending, but we want to walk through that with our technical advisory committee. But we're pretty close to getting that done.
And why aren't we waiting until that's done to approve this
Like wait until after that's done?
Well, there's no moratorium on the zone changes or any requests up here. So when application comes in, we process it accordingly.
Thank you, Aaron.
You're welcome.
All right, any more questions for Aaron? All right, so the developer going to talk to us?
I hope so.
Okay. Welcome, David.
David Berganji. I live in Cedar Hills. I'm grateful. I'll just say that at first for staff that came up with this idea, an ability to, a way to move forward. I'm appreciative of that. If we carve out just the problem of the sewer, then that allows the project to continue to move forward. There's lots of work to do. There's been legislation in the state this year that allows developers to bond for improvements. That's something we've just kind of talked about, that I've talked about with other people. That, in my mind, that's probably the first direction we would go. And then it wouldn't be on the city to make the sewer improvements that need to happen. That's something that a developer and honestly other developers, as you can see from the section of Provo that's impacted there, it's a large section. And the idea that, that we won't be able to solve the sewer issue prior to, the city coming up with a budget 5 to 10 years from now that would increase sewer capacity. That's something that if left to our own, we would be able to solve on our own. Maybe I'll mention as well, another benefit that hasn't been talked about is the roads. Previously, I presented 2 different road options. They've been engineered. We showed the options that will work. UDOT is designing right now an intersection here. And so if we know what's going to go here, if we can show UDOT, here's the plan, here's the zoning, this is what's going to go here. Is there some way we can work and plan together now this year so that, so that Provo gets the best outcome as far as access. If it's Provo gets the best design for the intersection, we get the best design for an access. That's something that can happen now. I know all the survey work's been done in the area already. It's already been turned over to an engineering firm by UDOT, and they're working on it now. So that's honestly, that would be my very next step would be to approach UDOT and see if there's a preliminary design or something that we can start talking with. So with that all.
Thanks, David. Any questions for David? Okay, Councillor Hoban. I'll go first. Okay, so I'm just thinking budget-wise, the sewer is not going to get done for ever. I'm concerned about how long it's going to take. So realistically, what is your expectation? And do you know, getting this zone change, how does that help your situation exactly?
Zoning's everything. You have zoning, then you know what you have and you can move forward to fix it. I know you think maybe the city's not going to get around to budgeting the improvements that need to happen. But we'll look at doing that privately, bonds that can be issued that are then repaid back by other people who come and develop in this area.
In that you've looked into it, that's feasible?
Very preliminarily, but yes, I guess I've discussed with someone else that would do it. You hire a law firm, they do it.
What is the time frame on that?
I don't know, to issue a bond. I know it was mentioned earlier in the work meeting that the city is looking at this now, and I think the city will identify the projects. There was 4 that were presented, maybe 3 that would impact this project. I assume that we'll get numbers for each one of those and say, hey, if you do this project, then we get this much more capacity. And so it'd probably be picking one of those projects, going to the law firm and issuing a bond, and then the bond is paid back by everyone who hooks into that, anyone else who develops.
Interesting. Okay. I've seen numbers go around on the different pieces of the sewer or water lines that need to be done. Do you know the total amount of the ones that you need for your project?
I don't. That'll be in the report. I assume that the city does as far as, and that wasn't in the previous report. The previous report gave, if all 4 of the projects were done, there'd be 1,700 new additional, I forget the acronym, connection available. So that's not broken out in the previous report.
Okay. Thanks, David. Councillor Hoban.
You already asked my questions.
Any other questions for David? Okay, thanks, David. All right, we are going to open up this item for public comment.
Hello, councilors. Please do not rush this discussion of the future of the north end of Provo Canyon Road. So much weighs in the balance with this area of Provo as a gateway to both Provo and Provo Canyon and the critical last of Provo's foothills. As has often been mentioned, Provo property rights do not equal zoning change rights, but the continual and consistent voice of the residents whom you represent does matter. With multiple votes and opinions counted and asked for, residents have consistently said no to the current proposal. Please respect the process of public input from all levels and put this item on hold. There may be a nice and easier to work with developer in the mix, but he bought agricultural property. Let's not succumb to unknown pressures, but please hear the voice of those you represent and wait for critical pieces of this future land use conversation to have the necessary time to be formally formatted. Development agreements can be great tools. And the reason this is here again so soon, but what you're actually being asked to approve is a zone change, and approving that at this time is inconsistent with a good plan. We've been told that there is no current sewer capacity and that there is no capacity even planned for the next 5 years. You've expressed to the developer publicly that you like his project or something like it if there were sewer capacity available. It feels like those very public statements should be noticed enough to our Public Works Department that they should start looking for putting that in the plan for future projects. You as a council can actually make that request through city staff. Granting approval now when there is not sufficient infrastructure possibly leaves the city open to no recourse to say no to other future developments. None of us can see what possible unforeseen circumstances this approval may create. It is possible that when the city is ready to install the infrastructure, there may be an entirely different vision or an even better plan come before you for this area. Please don't approve the zone change at this time. At this point, we know we have to wait for sufficient sewer capacity, which is multiple years away. It doesn't feel like a large request to ask that we wait a month or two for the neighborhood area plan to be completed to even consider approving this request for zone change. Many of the points I heard brought up in work session today felt like they would be better answered with a master or general plan than a zone change, or even a neighborhood or area plan, as in giving direction for possible future uses, some of which can be called out and identified for specific areas in that plan. And I would disagree with a problem, not enough sewer capacity, solution, a development agreement that doesn't increase sewer capacity at all. And I would put to you that I don't have the numbers that the library had in support of this at this meeting tonight, partly because this was heard simply 6 weeks ago. And I think my neighbors thought that it was time to go on vacation and do other things because we thought no sewer capacity meant no project. Thank you.
Ma'am, can we get your name?
Thanks,
for the
Sharon.
record?
It's Sharon Mehmet
Thank you, Sharon.
in Provo. All right, any more public comment?
Hello, I'm Jenny Smith. I live in Provo. I live, I don't know, I'm not very good at distances, but about a stone's throw from where this property is. It's ironic that the very parcel and problem that triggered the push in 2018 for a neighborhood plan is slated to be solved in this way as we are finally in the throes of developing that plan. Why can't the zoning decision wait until the neighborhood plan is completed? The property can't be developed before that plan is done because there's insufficient sewer capacity, so what's the rush? I ask you to respect what the committee is diligently trying to accomplish on behalf of our neighbors and Provo City by not voting on an issue that will skew that process and scar a neighborhood. I wish the plan process could have started sooner, and many of my neighbors feel the same way, years sooner, as we've been requesting, but this plan is in the council's timeline. And so our committee has to be careful and intentional about their work. Please support them, us, I'm part of that committee, by allowing the process to unfold without cutting off our feet with a rezone rush. I believe, as many other neighbors do, that the property in question is the key not only to the visual gateway to North Provo, but a number of other critical issues, which we can talk about later. But please don't move this developer, who's a very nice man, and has a great idea, but please don't move him ahead of all the neighbors that are in our neighborhood who've been waiting for all this time. I appreciate that you're listening to, you're talking about the library and allowing all the residents to be able to weigh in on this $12 a year thing. It's a great, it's the way it should be. We need our neighbors to weigh in once the neighborhood plan is in. And if you'll give us a little more time, we can see if this is, if there's something else that should be here or if this is the right thing for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Marion Monahan. I live in the Edgemont area. I'm curious, if you change this zone, does the pro zone that he's requesting go along with that?
Are you saying if he sells it with the development agreement, does it continue?
That was going to be my next question. If he sells it, of course, it's worth more now to him than it was when he bought it because it's no
Okay,
longer.
Marianne, ask all your questions and then we'll answer them.
Oh, okay. So the next thing is then it's going to be 5 to 10 years before the sewer is ready, as I understand. By that time, probably this whole council will be different. Now, can they change the rule again? Because you can't, I understand, force them to do what you wanted. It's each council for himself.
Yes. So with this, are you done, Marianne?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Chairman Kay. We talked about that a little bit in the work session meeting. So if the rezone is approved with the development agreement, then the property has been rezoned and that rezoning stays on the property until it's changed again in the future. However, the development agreement also runs with the property. So any future owner of the property, no matter how many times it changes hands, would acquire the property with the pro zone on it, but bound by the terms of the development agreement, meaning they could only build what the development agreement allows them to build, unless they come to the council and into a future council and ask for an amendment to the development agreement, which has happened before and which could happen. The other thing that could happen is a future council could rezone the property either to something with higher or lower density. But if they rezone it to something with lower density, the current owner is probably still entitled to build whatever the development agreement allows them to build.
I don't know if this isn't working.
Ma-
The question then is, why change the zone now if we know 5 or 10 years before the sewer, at which time somebody else could make changes? Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. All right, any more public comment?
Yes, my name is Shirlene Giles, and I live a stone throw away from this development also. I'm not eloquent in speaking. I just want to know that I'm opposed to this. With all the developments that we've seen on Canyon Road in the last 3 or 4 years, the traffic is horrendous. And I don't see how just across the river, we're getting 400 new units. We have this one. I don't understand where all the traffic is going. I know they say they're going around, but anyway, I just want to know that I disagree with this.
Thank you. Any more public comment? All right. Oh.
Debbie Sporting again. So I live in the preserve, which is right there on North Canyon Road, and it's kind of a tragedy, happy tragedy for me. We preserved nothing. and they call it the preserve. We just ran right over beautiful space. And I just want you to know, I want to put my voice in. And my neighbors in the preserve would also say, let's don't, since we're in a farming community, put the cart before the horse. And we just like to see you wait until we have our planning structured. And had a plan been in structure and the preserve never came to fruition, I wouldn't have been ill affected. I would have never known. I would just know whatever beautiful plan was there and I would appreciate it. And I feel like we sometimes, cities side with developers. I don't know if there's pressure coming from state for more housing, pressure from the feds. I can't watch all of that. But I do feel like we need to calm down, step back, take a breath, at least wait until Thursday's meeting's over, and then see where we go. I mean, I'll be there hopefully for 20 more years, and our wonderful, nice developer probably won't. So I would just like the public to be considered when you think about your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Seeing no more public comment, we have one more.
Yeah, I'm Russ Lovelace. I live on Foothill Drive. And the Foothill Drive traffic is so scary to come out of my driveway because mostly anything below 40 miles an hour is considered stopped. But there's only one road that's less safe to come out of than my driveway on Foothill, and that's this trail drive trying to get onto when I come off this trail drive, trying to get on Canyon Road, you better look out because it's dangerous.
All right. Seeing no more public comment, we will go to council discussion. Any council discussion on this item? Councilor Handley.
Yeah, my the neighbors in the area will remember when I think Jenny Smith alluded to this, but when there was a proposed development in the Northeast, we told that developer that we were going to be developing a neighborhood plan and that we needed to put that project on hold until that was resolved. And unfortunately, that process got dragged out exceedingly long, to say the least, because of the need for a general plan and then subsequent plans and the neighborhood plan. So the neighborhood's been pretty patient with this need to have the neighborhood plan, and it does seem to me to be a contradiction of our previous position to say that in this case we would make a decision about a development before that plan was finished, especially since we're so close. And given the length of time that we're talking about, I appreciate the developer very much for being patient and good in this process. And actually, I continue to like the project. I would urge the neighborhood to think carefully about this location. It doesn't seem to me, even though it's been zoned agriculture, we all know that it's a wound on the foothill. And so it's not easily rehabilitated as agriculture. And so it does seem that we need something creative done there that makes better use of the space than to leave it as is. But I would look forward to getting those ideas if there are others beyond what's being proposed here. It just makes me feel better about the decision. It's a little bit like, give a personal example, my kids have grown up a mile from BYU, and I teach at BYU, and I told my kids, if you're gonna choose to go to BYU, you have to apply to at least 2 other schools and then tell me that BYU is your best choice. It's kind of how I feel about this. This feels like a really good choice, but I just want to make sure we actually have some choices and we've thought it through and we've decided what the best use of this property is. And if this ends up being the best use and the staff recommends this, the neighborhood has that discussion and the neighborhood plan comes back to us and we can look at this comprehensively in terms of its relationship to the new intersection, to the new development going on across the street, then it just feels like a better process. And hopefully that doesn't mean 5 years. Maybe it means less than 5 months. I mean, maybe we're talking about through the rest of, this summer before we get that plan finalized. But that would be my preference, is to just wait a few more months at least to see that plan and then have another discussion about this at that point.
Councilor Whipple.
So every one of us here lives in a space that used to be open space. Every person who lives in Provo. So it's open space, and then it was agriculture, and then it became some sort of a city urban thing. Change and decay and all around I see, right? Change is the constant, and often we bemoan the change and assuming that it's bad, but we all benefit from the change and these changed conditions. We can't stop it, but we can shape it. This proposal is consistent with the existing general plan that the city has right now. It's consistent with our council priorities for increasing more housing and increasing home ownership. It's an opportunity to rehabilitate this area, and the best one that we've seen. And we have our local subject matter experts, our staff, recommending this. What I like about having this proposal come back to us is that it creates an opportunity to solve the problem. Some of the comments mentioned that the sewer thing wouldn't be resolved for 5 or 10 years. I think the timeline's probably much longer than that. Taking care of these sewer issues is not on our 5-year CIP plan. If there's an opportunity to shortcut that process through bringing in outside funds or through this bonding mechanism, then the city gets a huge benefit, because not only are we able to take care of this property, there's an opportunity for the other development that we need so that our children can continue to live in the city with us as they grow up and no longer fit in our basements. If we're able to approve this, our developer knows that he cannot get his building permits and start doing this until either the city, through its own course of time, has resolved the sewer issue, or he, through whatever funding he can muster, is able to bring that money to the table and solve the city's problem for it. And I love that we have the opportunity, this creative opportunity, to get the help. Other things that we could do is look at, our redevelopment agency or a special tax district or other bonding to solve these sewer capacity problems. But here we have a private entity who's offering to do the research and do the work to bring us a solution. One other thing that I'll note is that this developer is a Provo resident. No, Cedar City. Damn it. Cedar Hills. But you own property in Provo? Wow, he owns property in Provo. As a property owner in Provo, he's one of our constituents too. He has a right to use his property and ask for a change of the use to his property. That's the right that all property owners have in Provo. We have expectations about how the property around ours is used, but those are not legal rights. We cannot impose our expectations on other people. And as a city, we are able to constrain your property rights in certain very specific ways. If the way you're using your property becomes a nuisance to the neighboring property owners, we have police powers from the state to stop you from doing that. So if your lawn is super overgrown so that you're getting rats and vermin that are spreading out, you're harboring the feral cat population, or you're parking things to block the sight lines so nobody can drive past your house safely, these are all things that we have laws on that restrict your use of your property. And that applies to everyone equally for our safe and well-being. But your rights to use and develop your property end at the property boundaries that you have. And we have opportunities to talk to our neighbors, to say how we support each other in our neighborhoods, in building up our properties, our communal spirit. But ultimately, individual homeowners and property owners do not have a right to say that there can never be a change to the properties that are near them. And we as a council would be irresponsible, and we cannot turn over our authority on making these property decisions to the popular consensus of people who are not elected.
Councillor Hoban.
I just had a question for Aaron, or maybe Bill if Aaron doesn't know. The viability of the developer's ability to find some way to make the sewage issues happen or to go away quicker. Do you have any insight on that? Is that a tool you're familiar with? Do you have any history with those types of
So these are
paths
conversations that our Department of Development Services and Public Works have been having with a few property owners along this corridor that want to develop, that want to rezone, but just don't have the infrastructure currently. So those conversations have been going with a few different developers. There are different tools to do that, and is Bill behind me to give you a better answer?
Gordon showed up.
Okay.
Okay. And that could speed up this hurdle, get this hurdle out of the way. How much quicker? I mean, what are we talking about?
It depends upon the private money that goes into it. All right. So the commitment of these different property owners in this corridor that feed into this trunk line.
Gordon, did you want to say something? The viability of this, is this something that could really happen and could really speed things up? I mean, what's your gut tell you? I know I'm kind of asking you to go out on a limb a little bit, but.
Right. And so this was a question that the council has brought up. And we began looking at ways that this sewer line could be built without, city funds, working with developers. We think there's several ways that could be done fairly feasible if the developers are interested in doing it. I've seen this done in other cities where developers literally come in, pay the work, and later on there's portions that are reimbursed by their developers. So this is not an uncommon practice. It happens quite a bit, particularly where there's these deficiencies. So it's really on the responsibility of the developer to, we'll start already talking about these ideas, but it's for them to move it forward since it'll be their money that's paying for these improvements. But I like these things because right now we're in a very tight budget crunch. So anytime we can get infrastructure done outside of raising fees, that I think promotes kind of what we're looking for, what we want to try to achieve. For the developer side, I can understand their interest in having some assurances because they're going to be going after money, and it's going to cost them money to get money. And to make those level of commitments, they need to know certain things are going to happen a certain way. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks, Gordon. And just to clarify, Aaron, so the staff so previously the recommendation was denial, but the recommendation this time is approval? Can you clarify? I didn't see that in the document.
Yeah, to clarify, I think we've always been supportive of the project itself. We feel like a medium density type zone is probably the best option for this property. open space, the city isn't going to purchase all this land and put open space on it. Commercial is not going to work because of the traffic volume that would bring. A medium density residential zone is probably the best option for this property. And the project that's been provided in the concept plan level is something that is meeting a lot of the goals and objectives of our department of the city. The thing that forced us to recommend denial was the lack of sewer infrastructure. But if there's solutions for that, I think that we can change that recommendation.
Thanks.
Any other discussion? Councilor Gary Garrett.
I think we're close. I share the interest of my fellow council members in finding the best use for this space. During our work session, I invited Aaron to forward documentation that he had. I'm looking here at a rough draft of the Northeast Neighborhood Plan. I know it's close to being completed. And he sent me a list of the committee members as well, the residents, some of whom are here tonight. I'd like time to review the plan and understand and make sure that what I'm seeing here is reflective of what the committee is recommending and the neighbors as well. But I think we're close.
George Handley.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I already spoke, but I just wanted to respond to something that Council Member Whipple was alluding to. I think it's probably worth stating what I should be obvious, but I mean, I'm in support of finishing this neighborhood plan. I think her comments are coming from, and I don't mean to speak for you. If I misspeak for you, you can correct me, but I think that coming from a concern that there might be a perception that a neighborhood plan is somehow binding on the council and binding on what everyone ought to be doing with their properties. They're advisory documents like every other planning document that we have. And so they don't have that kind of binding effect. That doesn't mean that as a council, we don't want to hear from the public or we don't want to know what the neighbors think. And we've got another item coming up tonight, which I know some of you are here for to comment on. That's always part of the process, but it is important, I think, just recognize that, that is the ultimate decision lies with us for better or for worse as the city council. We use those documents and we use the process of creating those documents and the process of reviewing individual proposals to make these decisions as best as we can, but that's ultimately our decision. So I still feel, however, that it's important that we finish this process that we've started. And I think I agree with Mr. Garrett that we're very close. Given how close we are, it feels like, we should just go forward. And I would look forward to hearing what the committee and the staff recommend. And if it comes back that the recommendation is, there's really no other use for this property except this kind of a development, and that's what we foresee is the right way to do it, we think we can do it, and we can look at the whole plan and see how it fits in with everything, then I think we're right back where we are right now and could take a good look at this proposal. But I'm preferring to wait until then.
Councilor Christensen.
Thank you. I personally like this project. I like the home ownership. I like the density along transportation corridors. I actually think we can get this to work. I know I have neighbors who are very concerned about traffic, who are very concerned about how this fits into the plan. And I too share the concern about the sequencing or the timeliness of the plan. However, all that aside, sequencing is everything. And I think it's, there is no sewer right now. And I hear loud and clear that, it's not uncommon practice. I'm not sure it's a best practice. to approve something and hope that something else happens. I like the idea of actually solving this together. I don't think the city should take on the responsibility of solving it. But I think we can solve it. I think we could make it work. And again, I know that many in my neighborhood see that differently, but I think taking a look at the plan, I think we can work it through. But to me, it's out of sequence. We're looking at pretty far 5 to 10 years into the future. My biggest concern is unintended consequences. We don't know, what happens a year from now, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years from now. I would feel much more comfortable having this discussion, having a solution to the sewer, bringing the neighborhood plan together, and then solving for it. Because I think there's a way to do it. But without a sewer in place and without, those things in place, I would have to say no to this project right now.
Councillor Hoban.
Yeah, I just been vacillating on this, but I think I don't think enough has changed probably for us for me personally to say, a few weeks later or whatever, however long it's been, to say, yeah, let's move forward. I think maybe if there were some sort of agreement in place to make the sewage capacity issues, go away, or something more solid, but to just kind of go off of like, hey, we kind of have a plan that we're going to pursue. It doesn't seem like enough. So I'm trying to be sensitive to the fact that you're trying to make things happen, but there's a little bit too much of a gap there probably between where we are and where I would probably need it to be to get comfortable. And then of course I'm sensitive to Councilor Christensen's thoughts around process. Process has always been important to me. So not quite there. So thanks.
I think that this project is very appropriate. I really like it. I live in this area. I grew up in this area. I'll probably die in this area. My kids hopefully will live in this area. I really value the neighborhoods. The woman who said she lives in the preserves, that was very true to the nature of the area. And that's something that the neighborhood fought for because there was talk of high density over there too. This isn't some beautiful open space. It's not going to be farmed. I think it's not being totally honest to think it's some beautiful open space we should preserve. It's been ruined, and the position of it isn't conducive to farming or, being a park, so to speak. But I think high-end condos is brilliant here. And I think that many of our friends and neighbors would move to them when they're empty nesters. And I can see it being very successful. I love that it connects with the bicentennial. Not bicentennial. What trail is that? Bonneville Trail. I've been doing a lot of bicentennial words lately with Buckley Draw. So I do think it's very appropriate. And I think all the traffic will be worked out and improved on with the new lights and new direction going in there with UDOT working on it and the city working on it. And because that area does need to be improved. It's need to be improved for a long time. And this will, fast track that, as the Smith property is also fast tracking that. But I am concerned about the unintended consequences, as Councillor Christensen put it, of rezoning something, but then the sewer not getting there and the developer needing to cash out or, get onto their project. And then where does that go from there? And, there's some unintended consequences there I'm concerned about. I'm wondering if it would make sense to continue this item to look more into the funding, to get the neighborhood plan done. And I'm curious about that. The neighborhood plan has been waited for a long, long, long time, and it needs to happen. At the same time, I don't think that dictates what's working on here. It is the property owner has owned this has been working on it for years, and I don't think it's fair to pretend that one is contingent on the other. And at the same time, I think it's important for us to embrace and understand that the density on University is where we want the density. We want it there. That's the best place for it. We don't want it on, you don't want it on Canyon Road. You don't want it on other places. You know what I mean? Like it's Lower Canyon Road right there. It's not next to even a house, you know? There's not a neighbor to it per se that's going to be abutted next to it. And I think it's appropriate. And I would hate to see, like I would have hated to see the high density going into the preserve or going into the other developments that have happened recently. You know, that was a fight of the neighborhood to keep those single family, which was appropriate. But yeah, just my few thoughts on it. Any other thoughts on that? Councillor Hoban. and then
Sorry,
Councillor
you
Whipple.
mentioned continuing it. I'm just curious if the developer could let us know this solution that you have for the sewage capacity issues. How long would that take to unfold, do you think, for you to come to have a better idea of, I'm saying if we were to continue this and, you know, are we talking weeks or months or years, you know, for you to have some sort of agreement in place with some other developers in the city to solve this problem? I mean, realistically.
Yeah. I mean, it's gathering together other developers is what needs to happen, right? So it sounds like there's a lot of support for the project. People are in general, it sounds like this is what they want to go there. You just want more ideas as to how there's certainty that that's going to happen and unintended consequences. I know the development agreement was written up and it was rewritten up. We went several revisions and there's language in there that protects the city. So the city's not obligated to solve this for the developer. As far as a timeline, I mean, there's still lots of work to do just to design the buildings. And in my mind, that would all run congruent, right? So I would, you know, all the design and final design and architecture and contractors and everything are lined up, and all that's done at the same time that all the bonding and sewer is figured out.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I know you wouldn't be able to get the funding set and all that, but letters of intent with other developers or something. I guess what I'm looking for is you can bring
my
something
guess
back
is
to
over
the
the next
council and
year,
say,
right?
look,
I mean,
you know, if you guys approve the zoning on this and make the, you know, then I've got it all lined up to solve the sewage problem issue. You get what I'm kind of looking for, like something, yeah. But you don't know how long that might take.
as far as getting us, as far as like a week or two to come back. and
No, I
say,
mean,
hey,
yeah.
here's the-
Well, how long is it? Is it weeks, months, years? I don't know. I'm not familiar with the process that you're.
So I just want to clarify again, you're asking how long to come back with the idea that would solve it, or how long it would take for
Are
you
you
to come
asking would a
back?
few months make a difference?
Well, it seems like a lot of people, the hangup is that you don't have the sewage capacity issue solved,
Right.
right? So you could bring a solution to the council. Right now, all you brought is an idea, like, oh, I have this idea of how we could solve this problem. I'm saying, can you go get letters of intent from other developers and, you know, say like, once the zone is in place, then I have this lined up and it's all set to go. You know, is there anything you could do in that sense, or is it all hinging on this step has to be first? The zoning has to take place first, or?
Yeah. Again, the zoning's key because it allows you to keep working on it, right? And it is, I mean, it's over 4 years that I've been working on it. So again, mostly with other issues, right? Again, the sewer issue was brought up only at the very end. So I haven't done as much work on the sewer issue, besides the fact that I know there's options out there. You know, I mean, the option could be that the project fronts the cost for one of the 4 connections, or really 3 connections that needs to happen, with an agreement in place that, hey, if you come in and connect onto this and you need capacity, then, you know, here's your cost for, you know, your portion that you need.
All right. It sounds like we're a ways out. So I mean, my personal opinion, I don't know if a continuation would make sense, but thanks.
Councillor Whipple.
Yeah. So my thoughts on this really come from a property law perspective, you know, having worked in private practice on various property cases. And so that's why I have it framed that way. I think it is very important that we follow process. And where it appears that we have conflict is we have two different parallel processes that have been going on at the same time, right? The one for the neighborhood plan and then the one that the developer is following. And the developer following his process should not be bound by the parallel neighborhood plan process because it is inchoate, but his rights to go ahead and ask and to develop his plans are already here. And it's not fair to change the goalposts because of another plan that is not yet completed. I will be frank that what would concern me is if the neighborhood plan came back because they've heard about this project and they say, absolutely not, we never want anything like that in this area, even though we know that the city is generally favorable to that. And then, because I think that given what we've heard from them, that's a real possibility that they will want to put that in the neighborhood plan. And then we will be in a position when we're looking at their neighborhood plan to say, we disagree with your plan is inconsistent with the general plan, and do we amend that plan or do we say we don't follow this portion of the plan? I see this creating additional problems. And I don't want to create additional problems. We've got enough problems already. One thing that I will say as well is by saying yes to this, then that opens the doors to finding these creative solutions that you are hoping for. The yes to the change of the zoning gives the developer, but the other people that he's talking to, the confidence that this will actually work. And so he can use that strong affirmative answer in order to pursue the solutions. If what he's doing is saying, well, I think maybe 4 counselors will be in favor of this if you get on board with me and we come up with a solution, that is not a strong argument. And that is not something that other developers are going to say, oh yeah, I'm going to roll the dice on that and hope that it's 4 counselors in favor of it instead of 3. So by saying yes, we empower him to find these solutions to do a project that the majority of us have already expressed interest in. And maybe, wow, the light is, I'm on the spotlight. So this is why I would be in favor of going ahead and saying yes now, even though the neighborhood plan is not done, because I believe that is how he has the grounds to pursue the creative solutions for the sewer problem. And if he can't find the solutions for the sewer problem, then what we have is locked in a development agreement for a project that we like, that he could do at some point in the future or another entity could do at some point in the future. But we know that it's something that we like. That's a possibility.
Counselor Handley.
Yeah, I want to be clear that the sewage issue doesn't cause me any heartache. I understand why the staff thinks this is a good way to go about this, to say, you know, if we said yes, then that gives you the ability to then go raise the money. It's kind of you've made it clear, you've been very gentle in the way you've said it, but if you don't have the zoning, you're not going to get very far in getting funding for that. So, and other developers aren't likely to join if they don't have a sense either that the city is invested in this area in a certain kind of way. But that's one extra reason for me to say, no, I recognize that parallel processes are going, but again, we used this as a justification to stop a development previously. And it seems consistent with that to say this neighborhood was asked to be patient for many years waiting for it. And even though, again, I don't want anyone to misunderstand that means that whatever the neighborhood plan ends up being drafted as is binding on the council. But I have more confidence that the neighborhood and the staff, because they've been working pretty productively so far, will work productively on this particular area and come up with something. And again, maybe it ends up being, and it ends up being exactly what we're looking at that's being recommended. But at least that way, we have the confidence as a council that we don't look like we're dismissing yet again the neighborhood's desire for this plan to get finished and get into place, to have some influence on how things go. And I don't think it's going to take us that long. So I just think we can say yes to this project in a couple months' time, which is essentially what continuing could mean. Because in a couple of months' time, we'll have a plan and we'll look at the project again. And I would be in favor of saying, I will give the green light to what's written here, knowing that it's consistent with what our plan calls for, and knowing that you now have the ability to go find some creative solutions to the sewage issue. And if they never get found, then we're no worse for the wear. So it just seems to me that waiting just a couple of months doesn't hurt much at all. When I said, I say that out loud, so that everything.
When you said our plan, which plan were you referring to?
Well, I'm collectively the general plan and the neighborhood plan. Yeah, I mean, I think the neighborhood plan is supposed to be consistent with the general plan. That's part of the point. But there's something. What I like about neighborhood plans, I know some people might see them as like giving too much power to local neighbors to determine too much about their immediate surroundings, but that in a way that might not be consistent with the general plan. I actually think it's a process of finding common ground between the city's general needs and neighborhoods saying, yeah, we want to contribute to the city's general needs in the following way. We also want to protect the qualities of our neighborhood in the following way. And when it's done really well, it's really powerful. So I want to see what that can do for us.
Councilor Christensen.
Yeah, I too would voice my support for the neighborhood plan. And I do think we should listen to those plans, just like the general plan, the neighborhood plans, I think carry weight. And I listen to those. We need to listen to them. And that's, to me, secondary. The primary issue is there is no sewer. And there's lots of different ideas and things. And I hope we can find a way to fix that. As a council member, I'm not willing to put the cart before the horse. Because I just think I just don't think that's an appropriate approach to this kind of zoning question. And so I would like to see us resolve it, the sewer and bring the neighborhood plan in. But to me, that's secondary.
All right, are we ready to vote? All right, we'll do a vote on the implied motion. Councilor Bogdan.
No.
Pardon?
No.
Councilor Christensen.
No.
Councilor Garrett.
No.
Councilor Handley.
No.
Councilor Hoban.
No.
Councilor McKay, no. Councilor Whipple.
Yes.
So that does not pass 6-1. Okay. Next, an ordinance amending zone map classification of 1630 South Nevada Avenue from public facilities critical hillside overlay and agricultural zones to one family residential performance development overlay, presented by Bill Pepperoni.
Council talked about this quite a bit this afternoon, and the public has heard this at the Planning Commission. So I'm just going to show a couple slides and talk about a couple of concepts, and then I'll let Anderson Development make that presentation.
Should we take a break? Yeah. Do you know what? We're going to take a break, Bill.
Okay.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
A human break. We need it.
All right. Thanks for being patient, Bill.
Thank you.
Is there a reason all of you are on the right-hand side now? Okay, go Bill.
Yes, he did. Not well. He's so.
Of you.
So this is a rezone request for just over 30 acres for 110 lot subdivision from agriculture and public facility to R18 PD. This is the subject property on both Slate Canyon and Nevada Avenues. Property is made up of several different property owners. This land in this area is owned by Provo City. That piece and that piece are owned by Provo City. That one and that one. This is owned by the Schofield family. This is owned by a private individual. Anderson Development has assembled all of these so that they could put together one cohesive development, which was suggested by the staff. The difference between the proposal that is on the table right now for the 110 lots comes to 3.66 dwelling units per acre over the 30 acres. This zoning up here is at 12 units to the acre. This is probably about 5 units to the acre. This is at 3. This is higher than 4. This is R16 development. The staff recommended to the developer originally to keep this at 4 units to the acre or less because that translates to an R18 zone, which seemed like a good fit between these different zones. It's lower density than what's on north and south. It's slightly higher than this R110 subdivision to the west. The big difference, I'm going to start swearing if this doesn't. Okay.
Is this part of your dream?
This has been one of those days, yeah.
This is that dream you had last.
Yeah. The big difference between this development and the surrounding developments is simply this. Anderson Development was directed 18 months ago to take the density of this project and to cluster it into a smaller area for 2 reasons. One is it allows the housing to be sold at a lower price point. And 2, it allows the city to maintain this in perpetuity much more cost effectively. This is simply a more sustainable development design and option. Why did the staff recommend lowering the purchase price of the homes? Because we have listened to your discussions over the last years discussing this priority in Provo City. In fact, I told the developers if it's a choice between $1 million homes and $500,000 homes, I think the city council would prefer the lower priced homes. Are $500,000 homes affordable housing? No, but they're more affordable than $1 million homes. So that's why the staff directed the developer in that direction. These other developments are simply, north and south are simply more horizontal. This is simply more clustered, but the housing density is very similar. We've gone through all of these different slides with you today. Anderson Development will talk about a lot of these. So I'll just answer any questions you have and then turn it over to Anderson Development.
Why don't we just hear from Anderson Development and then we'll do questions
Great.
afterwards. Ooh, we even have 2 mics for this situation. Oh, I thought he was going to
Yes,
join you.
thank you. Dave Morton, Sandy, Utah. Madam Chair and Council, thank you so much for your time and patience. It is long. It's late and you guys have been here for a long time, so thank you so much. And we're very passionate about this project. I first also want to make certain that I thank your staff for the last 1.5 years and the excellent job that they have done in really working with private development to really kind of create this plan together. And so this is something that has been very cooperative. We feel very good about it. The amenities that we're providing, in addition to, in our opinion, kind of providing that moderately priced home that I think is so very important. Before I go into a couple other things specific to the objectives, it's very interesting. We do this in other states. Utah is very unique in that we have the lowest median age of any state in the union, specifically under 25, the highest percentage. In addition, we have the 7th highest median home value. So that kind of creates a little bit of a challenge. And so one of the things that we were so excited about is to provide some detached single-family homes in East Utah County that would provide a nice upscale kind of community in many ways, but make that at least moderately affordable. That was kind of exciting for us to be able to provide. One of the things that we were also so impressed with the Planning Commission, they spent probably a good hour and a half on this. And if you reviewed the notes, I believe it was Lisa that made the comment that this was only in her 4 years on the Planning Commission, it was only her 2nd single family development that she had reviewed. And so I can't imagine how important this is in so many ways. But again, I apologize. We also have been very concerned about the neighbors and have been sensitive to that specifically. And so I'm going to go over a few of the things that we've tried to do as best we can to alleviate some of those concerns. Do I have control now? This is so awesome. Real quickly, I'm going to go through these project objectives. Provide thoughtful single-family development. There is no attached product. Assemble outlier parcels to provide a cohesive master plan of the hillside. It may not seem that important now, but when we're providing a cohesive plan, you're not having outlier parcels coming to you later on that you have to figure out what you're doing with. Provide homeowners with a moderately priced home, which again was a major emphasis of this. And then also, in addition to all of the other things, to provide amenities that would complement the area and provide real world usability. And I'll discuss kind of what I mean by that. So again, that was our project objectives that we've attempted to work through over the last year and a half. I'm just going to go through very quickly kind of an overview of some of the highlights. It's entirely single family, all front loaded, which is very Utah friendly. Garages in the front. Access to the front, minimum 2-car garage units. Some of them may have 3-car garages as we go up in size. We've assembled 4 parcels, as I've indicated, all front load, mitigate expensive retaining and to potential offsite parking on Nevada and Slate, as you know, that issue. Home orientation is designed to minimize driveway slope. So as we have designed this, we've understood that concern, and we've done that in a way that I think will minimize that. Downhill homes are designed with walkout basements. Uphill homes are designed with what we'll call a tuck-in. And again, our home values are estimated to be between $575,000 and $700,000. So again, a price point that we believe is at least, it's probably not entry level, but it could be more of a kind of retirement home and or a second home. In addition, there is varying levels of affordability within the development. So there's kind of a move up strategy if someone likes to stay in the area with some of the amenities that we have. Now, I want to just briefly go over some of the concerns that we've tried to address and how we've done that. There has been concerns with attached housing. There's none. Concerns with ADUs. We've added language to the development agreement to restrict that. Trails. There has been some interest in making certain as best we can to preserve trails. We have over a half mile of trail that we've incorporated into the project and provided direct access to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, including a trailhead. Parking. All of our parking is all self-contained, as Bill indicated earlier. So there's no parking on Slater, Nevada, or at least that will be mitigated to that extent. If somebody, I guess, wants to park and walk all the way around, they could. Probably not going to happen. We went above and beyond in many ways to go forward with a geotech study.
David, can I ask you a question on that? That's because you're fencing in. You are fencing in.
Yes.
That whole side and the whole bottom.
Yep. Yes. And I'll kind of walk through how we're doing that. I've got a little video that will give you a real good idea as to how we're doing that. We've done, again, a complete fault study as well as geotech study. Debris flow, we're doing paying for all the design work and working directly with engineering as well as the development group. Owner occupancy, we've added language to the development agreement to make certain that is owner occupied, and then there will be deed restrictions specific to owner occupancy for a period of time. Again, addressing the concerns with rentals, and we know that, you know, Provo it's a challenging thing, and we are sensitive to that, and so we really wanted to try to help with that.
I
Yes.
think you should explain the language of your owner occupancy because it's really cool.
So our goal will be not only in the development agreement, but also it will be deed restricted to the extent that the homeowner will have to live in the home a year specifically. They could not rent that. And then if the home is ever sold, that also will apply to the next homeowner and to the next homeowner into the next homeowner. So again, attempting to do our best to try to mitigate that. And so there are certain things that we can't do, but there are certain things that we can do. And by also preserving landowner rights as has been discussed before. There has been some discussions regarding the 55 and over area where it kind of has a barrack type look as you walk along Nevada. And so we've provided what we're going to call kind of a buffer area to help not give that type of a look and feel. There has been concerns and discussions about density and some of those things that specific, it's too many homes. And as Bill has indicated, overall, we're actually less than 4 units to the acre. And we could, through density bonuses and other things, the actual zoning allows us to go up to about 100, 135. We're not asking for that. We can make 110 work, including all the amenities that we've discussed. There has been concerns and some terms discussed specific to transient living, and also even calling this more of a shanty town, which is probably as far from the truth as it could be. This will be one of the nicer looking developments in East Provo when it is completed.
I'm sorry, who referred to it as Shantytown?
There was I don't know who specifically did, but there were some comments.
Some public comment.
Oh, I see.
Specific to that. And so I don't really have any way to address that other than it will be the opposite of that. I have spent hours going through all of the neighborhoods in this area, and this will be one of the nicest developments in that area.
Becky Bogdan has a comment.
Please.
So as far as I understand Shantytown, that wasn't that they're not nice units. That is that they're so close together. When you look at the mountain, they're going to be all packed together. And so I appreciate you guys could have built more, but didn't. But I'm still interested in going down a little bit in your density.
And I understand that, and I respect that. So I have some additional things that we can talk about with setbacks and why they're so close together, because there's some very good reasons for that. But I do understand the setbacks are a thing that we have always preserved for years and years and years. And we believe that we've got to have 10, 15, 20 feet in between homes. It's a challenge as land values go up and home values go up. And there's other reasons for that I will discuss as well, that will help protect actually people parking in areas, because the side of the home is large enough to put trailers and additional cars, which then I know there has been even some discussion to not allow parking on the streets to try to control rentals. And so there's other things that we can have a discussion about. But thank you so much for that comment. I appreciate it. Let's see, this is kind of you've seen this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Some highlights: trailhead with restrooms. City will maintain that area. We've got, again, over a half a mile of trail through the open space. And you can see there's lots of open areas where we could have placed homes that we didn't. And again, trying to preserve and give kind of a certain look and feel to this area. Gazebos, there's 2 pickleball courts with a tot lot with benches where families, we've even got bike parking in that area. So families can welcome Mayor Kafusi. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you. It is just, we're so excited about this. There's so many wonderful things that I think that we're doing here. And we're excited to actually move this forward. One of the things that we've tried to address that one of the neighbors has brought up, or a couple of them have, is preserving the trails. As you can see, do I have a pointer on this? Is it the red? So right here, you can see where we've provided access to this trail. This trail comes along here and goes all the way up to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. When we've actually done some of our field work here, I've actually talked to people who are hiking along this area, and they were very excited at least that we've got access right here. In addition, there's some other internal trails that we're actually covering up, and they're not formal trails. They're, I guess I would call them informal trails. One of the things that we have briefly discussed internally and have not had a discussion with the city about is to make some of those trails more formal and provide access and connection to the trails that we're providing. So again, to preserve some of those uses where people are walking or running in that area to provide access to that trail. Again, it's a suggestion. We know it's a concern, so we're trying to help alleviate some of those things as best we can. I'm going to go through these. This is, again, beautiful trailhead amenity, pickleball courts. You got to love pickleball. Community garden. That was one of the things that the city staff really wanted to see. And some of that is these have been very successful in a lot of the developments. Tot lot, we've got some gazebos, trash containers. We've got a few dog waste stations. Specifically, we've got our asphalt trail. And this is the part that I would like to focus on a little bit. So specifically, this is the area, I think I've got a slide. This is the area along Nevada where we've got a kind of an interesting look and feel, and how do we make this look acceptable? I've got a short video, if we could play the video. And I may have you pause it if that's okay. So if you could just, keep it just right there. So this right here, just pause that. So this is what I think has been referred to as the barracks. So this is the 55 and over. And there is no HOA that kind of maintains that. And it has kind of not a very good look and feel. The actual
Who owns that?
I'm actually not certain if the HOA owns that or not. And so we're making a different proposal on what we'll do. But the actual development is a very nice development if you go through it. But and I understand why the neighbors, that's a concern. So one of the things that we're proposing, if you'll move forward, is that area right there along the barracks is about 18 feet from the sidewalk to where that property line is. No trees in the park strip. And again, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out there's not a good native landscaping. So our example, this is where we're at. Our highest point is only 10 feet. So you're not going to have, what we're proposing is something very similar that they did successfully in Lehigh. And that is that we landscape this area to again provide, and we provide a trail where we've got trees and a median, and then also landscaping on that side that abuts those homes. So it provides a nice feeling whether I'm actually walking along that trail to the Bicentennial Park or I'm actually driving. So again, trying to solve some of those things. And again, that is something that we will provide and pay for. And then the HOA will maintain, so it will have that kind of look and feel, if you would. And so that I believe will be something that that Provo can be very proud of. Back to the presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, that was really slick. Good job. Let's see. The HOA will actually maintain all of the front yards. So again, to give a consistent look and feel, if you go through some of the neighborhoods in many of the areas, some of those front yards don't look as nice as they could, and they looked a little unkept. And so I think this will really be nice, especially today with younger families. Sometimes there's both parents are working, and it's very difficult to have the time to do that. And so I think this will be a very nice amenity specific to that. It'll also provide some uniformity. Obviously, water-wise landscaping where we can do that. One of the other things that I think is really neat is that where a backyard is a butt to open space, there will be semi-private fencing to give a very nice open feel to it. So it doesn't feel as though I'm walking down an alley, to improve safety, but also to give, I think, kind of a nice, real nice look to it. Oh yes, sorry. And Keaton just reminded me, thanks, son. Right, there will be also semi-private fencing right along Nevada. So as you're walking along that trail, it's not going to have a large fence at the top. It will have this nice semi-private looking fence that will it will really have a nice look and feel to it. We've seen that done in other areas. Let's see, any questions specific to some of the amenities that I've outlined? Please.
You have described a lot of amenities that will need a lot of maintenance. What are you expecting the HOA fees to end up looking like?
We don't have the exact number yet, but the amenities that we have outside of the landscaping are very inexpensive. So for example, pools years ago and clubhouses were the thing. Those are very expensive, especially pools and any kind of water park amenity. A pickleball court is expensive to build, but fairly inexpensive to maintain. And so the gazebos, the tot lots are fairly inexpensive. The landscaping is really going to be the largest item that we have along Nevada, actually. And so I don't have that estimate, but that's something that we could work on as we go forward.
So do you think that your HOA fees would be in line with other developments that are in the area?
Very, very similar, because one of the attributes that this project does not have is most of the time an HOA is created to maintain detention. So I have to maintain the stormwater detention pond. Well, we don't have one here because all of the water is actually going to be placed specifically into Bicentennial Park. And so we're actually losing that cost so that we can spend a little bit more money on some other things.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. It will have entry features at each entrance specific to that. And I think I got through that as quickly as I could, so I didn't have to bore you with anything else. What other questions do you have for me?
Councilor Bogdan.
Please.
You said you were going to go over those side setbacks. Because I'm interested in seeing
Yes.
larger than 10 feet.
Yeah.
Or even if you could cluster them to 3 feet on one side and
So
Seven
this
on
is
the
this
other.
is what we have. Number one, we have been on several boards. So many times cities, for example, Layton City, we were invited for 2 years in a row to provide feedback from a developer's perspective on things like setbacks and other things. The easiest way for us to try to get to something that's moderately priced is to make the lot slightly smaller so that we can actually, because land values have gone so high. So that is one way in which we've done it. The other thing that we have noticed, especially in developments, as developments get older, and again, one of the things that we could do is I would love to take you on a field trip, and I would love to show you developments where there are 10-foot setbacks, so 20 feet between homes, and ones that are actually 5 feet, and you tell me what looks better. What happens generally, and this happens even in my area in East Sandy, is that with the larger setbacks, we have a tendency to put things on the side of our home. We even place sometimes trailers, cars, sheds, and it ends up looking over the years, does not look well. Versus where we keep our setbacks tight, we don't allow, there isn't anything because nothing really will fit other than an air conditioner and things like that. And it's being used. 5-foot setbacks on lots this size are extremely common in all municipalities in the state of Utah and outside of it for lots this size, because it's very difficult for you to put if your width of your lot is 50 feet and you're taking 20 feet out for setback, you're only allowing yourself 35. It really is restrictive. And so that's one of the biggest issues.
while I appreciate your explanation, are you willing to go down in some of those lots and make them further apart, especially on that first row that faces Slate and Nevada?
So the challenge is, and the answer to me, I guess it would be, that's a question for the council. Everything that we add or change, the larger the lot, the larger the setbacks, anything like that increases the house price because I can't be as efficient as I need to be on the house that I'm putting on that lot. And so the answer is yes, we can do that. My instructions have always been to provide. So the goal of 575 probably is very difficult to hit because it's not just the city's piece that I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing under the 13 acres from another landowner. So it becomes, a chicken and the egg. We have to decide what we want. If our goal is,
I'm okay with that.
sure.
And then my other questions were, how big are your garages and your driveways?
So it's a great question. So the smallest garage is 20 by 20, which is very common in a small, am I out of time? Very, very common.
It could be.
Who did that actually? Is that Dave Connect back there? Did he shut me off? Dave, so the smallest are 20 by 20. There will be tandem garages. So that's where there are 3 places for cars, but they're stacked that are, I think, 42 by 21. There are some that are 21 by 22. So it really depends on the home itself. And those plans, I think we've submitted, and you can actually look at them yourself. But the smallest garage is 20 by 20, which is really common. My son Keaton has a home he purchased. It's on a 1/4 acre in Saratoga Springs. And the 2 garages he have are actually 19 feet. So they're actually a little bit smaller. None of these will be 19 feet. Yes, please.
Yeah, so
Do you guys see me?
Keaton Morton.
I love
For the
saying
record.
doing that.
So, yeah, to answer your question, yeah, we feel that the driveway widths or the garages are completely fine. I have a truck minivan, and I also have my lawnmower, huge storage thing on the side, and we're completely fine. This also was brought up in the planning commission, and one of the planning commission members actually texted her husband, and she measured, it was 20 by 20. And she says, I fit 2 cars and I have storage on both sides. So I think, and also another thing to consider is these builders, they wouldn't build garages that weren't efficient for homeowners like myself that's coming in that has 2 cars. They're not going to be building if you look at all the elevations, they're open floor plans because guess what? That's what everyone wants now. So the builders are building what the market wants. And to answer kind of the setback question, another concern that's been brought up is the parking. So if we increase the setbacks, it does a lot of things because all of our improvement costs and then on the project will not change no matter what, because the roads were designed to match what the TOBO does. So our improvement costs are fixed. So when we mess with the setbacks, not only are we losing, we lose lots, but then the improvement cost per lot increases. On top of that, there's been a lot of concerns about ADUs, rentals. When we add the setbacks on the side, a Toyota Camry is 6 feet wide. You go to 7.5 feet, you're completely capable of fitting a car right there. So it's almost opening the door for these illegal ADUs that basically is happening on Slate. So these are just, and we understand the concerns. We've thought about, we've tried to address a lot of your concerns and the neighbors' concerns. But it gets to a point where we're like, we don't know what to do because we're really trying to address everyone's concerns, but it's very hard to address all of them, if that makes sense.
I appreciate that, but
Thanks,
I'm
son.
one that has a carport that is 20 by 20, and I guarantee you it is not big enough for my Expedition and my minivan. It's a good thing it's not a garage because those doors do open clear out into the opening. So I respectfully disagree. Those do need to be larger in order to fit the vehicles that are larger for some of these larger homes. And I really don't have a problem. And, this is me, Becky, as my personal council member thought, I don't have a problem with the larger setback. And I'm really concerned, especially about that first row of homes. It really does need to be a little bit spaced out bigger.
Well, Becky, you're saying that you have no problem with the higher price.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that so much. Again, the 20 by 20 is within the Provo City Ordinance.
It is.
That's,
That is
and that's
our
what, and that's what
minimum.
we built it towards. So that's why we actually did that, is we knew that was.
You have one model that's 2020. The rest are all bigger.
That
I
is
do
correct.
think 2020 is small.
Yes.
I did go in and measure mine and do a whole thing. And mine's 21 by 21 and I could not be any smaller because I'm like inching in there and putting my mirrors in and opening it
Yeah.
carefully. And
You
All right.
drive a giant car.
a lot of people do. My husband's a small though, but a lot of people drive giant
Sure.
cars, as we've learned on Slate Canyon. No, Gary Garrett was first.
Gary, please.
I have just wondered, Dave, and this may be require Gordon's input as well, but did you commission a traffic study and could you talk about the impact? A lot of asked about the ingress, egress from on those 2 points.
Yep.
Traffic with the school there. What did you find in your traffic study?
It's a great question. So the city itself, so David Day actually addressed this question to the Planning Commission. And I think he indicated that the traffic studies that Provo City has done internally indicated that each of the access points would have 1 car per minute. So that is essentially what they had the city had determined. So we would be happy to do a traffic study. The city has indicated that they have designed their roads to be sufficient capacity for the densities that we're placing in there. So, but David actually answered the question for the Planning Commission that way. So thank you. Good question.
Counselor Handley.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was a very helpful presentation and you've been very responsive to a lot of concerns. There's a lot about this that I think recommend it. Two questions really. One is, I appreciate the visual help and you had shown me some of that before. Is there any way we can get a digital version of what your street view would look like?
There's always a way to do that. It's just going to cost money and time. And so the reason that we went out and spent 2 hours flying a drone and actually editing that is that to give you that as best we could, that example. So the answer is yes, that can be done. Absolutely. Our thought is it's not even going to look as good as that because that's something that's actually done and we were going to pattern our buffer after that. So our goal was to have that provide that for you. So we would need to do that.
Okay.
Yes. And by the way, good point, Keaton, sorry. The setbacks on those homes that you can't see because of the beautiful landscaping are 5 feet, meaning the same setbacks that we're proposing.
Yeah.
So 10 feet altogether.
Correct. You don't notice, it isn't something that all of a sudden you're looking at and says, wow, they're so close. That isn't what your eye is taking. And so unfortunately from that vantage point from the sidewalk, the mountains are going to be obscured slightly regardless of what our setbacks are. Maybe you can peek if the setbacks are a little wider, a little easier through some of the homes, but it isn't really going to be noticeable. What will be noticeable is the change in pricing. And so I think our goal is, I guess you need to tell me what our goals are. We had worked from the goal from the staff that the goal was to provide moderately priced housing in this area. And we think it's consistent with the homes that are there.
Yeah, I don't want to change the price points. In fact, I would be emphatically opposed to anything that would change the price points. However, we are the seller. So as we talked about,
Sure.
If there's some way to mitigate through the selling price so that there's some diversity there, breathing space there. I think I'm persuaded by what you said to me about the fact that, if we change it a few feet, it's going to be hard to really tell that difference visually. I think it helped to see the house house rooftops and the varying shapes of those rooftops, because that maybe helps to break up the uniformity. I can't really tell though if there's any variation on the height, or is the height going to be uniform?
Some of them will be slightly different, and there will be different colors and things like that. So it will give some change.
But the height won't change?
The height will be slightly, and some of the roof lines will be different.
Okay.
So, but essential, I mean, there's only so much specifically that we can do to resolve those types of things. So I think we're doing our best to do that through that landscaping buffer to really solve. We really thought that was a good combination to provide to really solve that problem.
Well, when you look at the homes, you have different styles, right? The
Correct.
modern and farm styles,
Yes.
it definitely changes the height because of that.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's another thing that was helpful to see in the packet that I hadn't seen before, that I think helps ease my mind a little bit about that. I was one word about my garage. For what it's worth, I have an 18-foot garage.
Yikes.
That is tight, but we make it work, and we made it work with a sedan and a minivan for many years. Anyway, that doesn't give me any heartache at all. I mean, I think if people they want a bigger garage, they buy a home with a bigger garage. If they have a huge vehicle that's not going to be accommodated by a house, they're not going to buy the house. You have some larger garages, you said.
Yes.
So it seems like there is that option for some folks, but I would be very reluctant to change the price point. Although, as I said, I think maybe I don't quite understand how much it would change. I mean, I did have a conversation about the possibility of maybe dropping a house or two or three on entirely, like just having gaps between in that row so that it's not quite so uniform. I'm not entirely sure how important that is to me, to be honest. That's why I kind of feel like, well, gee, if I could just see it as it is likely to look. And I don't want to overstate the aesthetics here, but the aesthetics in that neighborhood are very disturbing and have been for a while. And so something that changes the aesthetics is really what I'm after. And that's part of the risk here of this project, is the possibility that it doesn't change it enough. And so that's just kind of my point of anxiety. And I'm not really sure how to solve that, I guess, without looking at the visual. I don't know how expensive or how time consuming that is for you to do. And if I'm like the only one who cares about that, then that's not going to be worth asking you to do, I don't think. But
I think the video we showed is going to be very similar. That's what you're going to get. And I think, as a matter of fact, the reward that you're going to get by us going forward and having the types of amenities that we're having, including that buffer, you're going to look back and say, man, I wish we had done this with every development that we've done.
Yeah.
That we've taken the time to make certain that we cared about these areas and these trails and the amenities. There is no other amenities in this area like this in any project.
Yeah, no, I think I'm really glad for those amenities.
So it is good. It will be outstanding.
Ignoring those. The only other thing, and maybe this is more for Bill Pepperoni, but we talked about this a little bit in the work session, but the critical hillside overlay zone, that actually was my first piece of legislation as a city council member. It's one I care a great deal about, and I'm glad in some ways. It seems like that ordinance, even if we were to exempt you from it, has at least helped shape this development in some important ways. But we talked, and I think you were listening to the work session, about the possibility of either amending it because your development brought to light some unresolved or not perfectly well thought through issues in the ordinance as we conceived it that could use an amendment, and then we could leave it in force. This isn't necessarily, again, for you to resolve, but from my point of view politically, I'm worried about creating an ordinance that loses its teeth because we exempt people from it when it doesn't work for us.
Sure.
even if that's not actually what we're doing, there's the possibility that that's the perception, right? Either on the part of the public who starts to lose a little trust in our ordinances, or on the part of developers who say, oh, you know, it looks like you can go around the rules in Provo kind of thing. So I don't really, but I'm also not sure what the proper resolution to that is, because as we talked about it today, we could amend it and still have it as an overlay for you, or we could say you're exempted, but we're still going to amend it, or we're going to leave it as is because we like what it does to protect development in areas where there's a much higher slope issues and ridge lines and so on. And all of that feels kind of on the fly right now without having looked at some of the ordinance potential amendments that we might be looking at. So part of me feels like I just want a couple more weeks to look at a potential amendment. And maybe if other council members want to see a visual, we could get a visual, and then I'd feel a little more comfortable moving forward. But and I don't know if Mr. Pepperoni has anything to say about the critical hillside overlay zone and those concerns of mine, but that's what I'm wrestling with. Otherwise,
Sure.
You know, the amenities are great. I think we're protecting and improving in some ways access to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. We're going to get revenue from this that's going to benefit Bicentennial Park. I mean, there's a lot of positives that can come out of this.
I think we could amend the overlay zone in a way that would give the council comfort with this project going forward, but still protect the city in the ways that you originally intended when you championed that effort. It would be helpful to the developer and to the staff, though, if we had enough feedback on this plan so we could rely on this plan moving forward. So we're not coming back here in a month with a code amendment and debating the plan itself. A code amendment will have to go to Planning Commission first, so it's not going to come back to you immediately.
Okay.
We've already advertised for the last meeting in this month. It would have to be first meeting in July, probably our only meeting in July. But it would just be nice to have enough feedback from the council as to whether or not this is something that is solid, or is it something you're not comfortable with?
Okay.
And I think by feedback, he means positive approval.
Yeah.
But no, I'm sorry. I had to change it up a little bit. We've been here for a long time.
Yeah.
So thank you. Thank you, Bill. Any other questions for me?
Any more questions for David? No?
Thank you.
Okay.
Chairman. Appreciate
Thank
it so
you.
much.
All right, we will open this item up for public comment. You've been very patient,
Haven't I?
Yes.
It's been like 4 hours. Not that I'm counting.
and you looked amazing while doing it.
Thanks. I'm actually a neighborhood executive board member, so I think I get 3 minutes, right? I'm the secretary of district.
Just tell them your name, Ashley.
Ashley Rayback. Hi, I'm Ashley Rayback. Okay,
Live
so
in
first of
Provo.
all, I would like to confirm that we do indeed, as neighbors, would love it if you would, in like looking at the Hillsides and Canyon plan, we realize that we are one of those that is mentioned specifically, as I emailed to several of you, as a CHAWS overlay. And some of my other neighbors will be talking about that more. I'm going to talk and so we would appreciate if that were actually enforced. It does make it hard for us to be like, are they actually going to enforce the things they do? Who gets the special treatment and why? It makes it hard for us as neighbors and constituents to understand why the council's making the decisions they do sometimes if they don't follow the plans that have already been made, that they've made and that they've put in there. The thing that I would like to talk about is how this development, and I understand that our very nice developer man has tried to meet with all our demands, and there are a lot of them. This is probably your phone, dude. But anyways, to meet with a lot of the demands. And one of the things is this place looks like Slate Canyon. And you can imagine that 30 years ago, Slate Canyon was also the nicest thing that this neighborhood had ever seen. And so the problem is that when you have houses that have things that make it hard for people to stay, such as short garages, no yards, very little yards to the point that you have to have a community garden, what happens is people don't stay. And even though there are people, they're mandated for 1 year, that's not actually very long. 1 year is like not even grad school. What what happens is high turnover. Now, the reason why I can see how that this is a thing, I know this very well because I'm actually living it. I am I sit on the state board for PTA. I am over Provo and Nebo school districts. Spring Creek Elementary, which is the school in that district, in that neighborhood, is the most impacted in the entire district, more so than Franklin, more so than the other ones. We are the highest Title I in the district. Part of that is because we do bus from the west side, I understand that, but also part of it is because the transitional neighborhood nature that we have in Slate Canyon Drive. And so even though these are starting this way, I am worried that we are creating something that will perpetuate the problem that is continuing. And as I can see across all my PTAs in Provo and Nebo school districts, communities come and it's like they're so cute and they're so nice and they start out, but when they no longer have the amenities that bigger families want or that more higher income families want, or maybe families that will stay around, then all of a sudden we have a really transitional population. And in some ways that's really great. It brings vitality, but in some ways it makes it very disruptive to the schools. I've had my children at Spring Creek Elementary. I've had a senior and now I have clear down to a second grader. They've all gone there. And I can tell you that we have faced some big problems. We're a great school, but a lot of the transition of the school is created because of the problems of these houses that aren't necessarily meeting the needs of growing families and people who want more land, people who want a bigger car. I also have a big car, who want something they can do for more of a long-term thing. It isn't solving the problem. Just because they're pretty now doesn't mean they will stay that way forever.
Ashley, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Do you want higher end homes there? Do you want more expensive homes there?
I mean, I would say that first of all, like my first choice would be like, I'm concerned about removing the CHAWS overlay. Like, I think that's a big thing. One of our people, I emailed several of you about in the Hillsides plan, how it talks about 62% of the population in Provo actually wants to maintain the hillsides as they look. So that would mean not developing that hillside. You can look at that plan. It's on page 38 of the plan. But also, I think that Southeast Provo often gets a ton of high density.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
does. And
Thank
so,
you.
yeah.
All right. Any more public comment? Is that it? I was about to close it, so it's a good thing you stood up.
Hi.
Your name and city where you live, please.
Hi, I'm Adriana Romney. I'm in Provo. I actually watched the whole meeting you guys had before this, and I have to thank you for the very thoughtful questions. And for those of you who answered my emails, I really appreciate the council and our mayor. The Canyons and Hillsides plan focuses on the unbiased key findings that emerged from extensive analysis and research. Did I do that? Hello?
Just do the other one.
Hello? Can I add some more time? I think that was about 15 seconds. I had this timed. Okay. This parcel was not miszoned. There are 70 pages that include the parcel in question that lists all the reasons and issues this land has that have been downplayed by those who presented this plan in past meetings. The items left out are not random opinions and concerns by the neighborhood, but facts presented in detail in the 70 pages Hillside plan. There is still much to be discussed tonight, and it's not time to change this carefully thought out zone. I also don't think the council should amend and generalize the sentence in the plan to keep the area as CHAWS, but still let the area to be developed as if it did not have the CHAWS in place, like Mr. Pepperoni mentioned in your previous meeting. There are many ideas and solutions that we should talk about that are not being mentioned before this plan moves forward. I know the city has a contract with the developer, and I'd like to remind you that the city can do a transferable developments rights. There is an empty lot across the street that has been mentioned to be an expansion of Bicentennial Park. Many in our community that came to past meetings but could not be here tonight prefer Buckley Hill Natural to enrich our community over a park expansion. The potential park expansion lot across the street would be perfect for single-family homes for a TDR. This would keep the traffic away from the school. This would also preserve the critical hill and heavily used hillside trail that exists and historic pioneer structure that have been confirmed to be replaced by homes in this current plan. We can find the developer other city-owned land, and I've actually talked to him. He's a great guy. I'd love to see him build here, and I'd love for Provo to have additional funds to make our awesome city even greater. But there is so much more that you should hear that I don't have time to include and my neighbors don't have time to include, but I think we can come to a win-win situation and continue this discussion. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys and for adding time.
Thanks, Adriana. Any more? Dave Connect, Provo.
I'll use this mic. So there's a lot of things that I like about the project, but I'm concerned about the proximity, and there are cities that will go down on one side, maybe as little as 3, so you have 6 feet on one side, and then you end up with 14 on the other, and then you still have a total of 10 and 10 is 20. I don't like reaching out my window and being able to shake hands with my neighbor. I'd like them to be a little bit farther away. The garage being close together doesn't bother me, but having the living space that close together, be nice if it was separated somewhat. Even if you can't add to the lots by maybe reducing the number of lots, which was my preference on the west face, so it's not just like a solid wall. And as far as putting a car between your property line or the houses or whatever, the HOA won't allow that, and the city won't allow that, because you have to have it's like 10 or 12 feet wide for a legal off-street parking space or pad to the side of your home. And so I wouldn't worry about adding some space and having somebody put a car in there. And we have rules about building sheds and other things there too. So that's about all I have to say is, if you can't space them out all everywhere because of affordability or whatever, just along the edge would be nice.
Can I ask him a question? So then what would you recommend? You said you like some things about it. Is it just the spacing? Would that do it for you? You'd be for this project if the spacing was different?
Well, I mean, if I had a magic wand, we wouldn't have.
Well, given the realities we're talking about, we need housing, we need projects.
Yeah, given the realities, I've just tried to focus on some small things that might move the needle. And yes, the spacing on those west-facing homes was something I thought was important. I appreciate the fact that developers are going to do something so that it's going to be maintained and look nice on Nevada.
Yeah.
And the only other thing that I thought was important to reduce the incentive for investors to buy is no overnight parking. Because if you know up front that you don't have the free parking.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
Hi, I'm Sophia Kading. I'm also from Provo. And I just want to talk about the vitalness of natural spaces. In the public survey response for the Hillside and Canyon plans, it says residential prioritize initiatives that focus on preservation of foothills and express limited support for developments in the area. Nearly 92% of Provo Canyon trails and the Provo River trails are mostly and heavily used. End of quote. Provo River Trail is so popular because it's mostly flat, it's easily accessible, and it's an easy walk to do. There's a lot of neighborhoods around there and a lot of people enjoy it. I'm personally not really that close, and because of time and lowering emissions, I walk on this trail in this parcel in question. The reason why this parcel is so important to our community is because it connects multiple neighborhoods and all of us can enjoy it. I personally walk on the main old trail, which is right below the Pioneer Kilns, which is the historic buildings. They kind of look like a castle, and I actually called them castles growing up. But the reason why I love this is because the nature is so stunning. You have open hills, open grass. Right now it's grass season, and when the wind blows, it looks like an ocean. It's honestly so cool. There's also There's also lots of wildlife, and it's just honestly amazing. It's also the other day at 9 p.m. I was walking the trail and there were 4 other people besides me walking it. So a lot of people do enjoy it. And personally, as a woman, I don't feel comfortable walking on the BST because it is more secluded and it's a little scarier. It's kind of up in the mountains. So this 10-minute walk one way is awesome. These popular unofficial trails, which should be official, will be completely taken away and could never be replaced by a glorified sidewalk. But this plan is.
Thank you. How many more comments do we have? Are you the last one? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bradley Romney, and I live in Provo as well. So my wife just barely spoke, but she mentioned how we listened into the council meeting that took place earlier on this morning, or I guess this afternoon. And I am very grateful just to hear all of your comments, to listen, to know that our concerns and issues were at least addressed, right? We listened to it all and we definitely heard, and we definitely appreciated that for both the council as well to the mayor. So thank you all for taking a part in listening to us. I also wanted to thank the developer. Dave and Keaton Morton, if I'm not mistaken, right? Keaton, there we go. Really good people. I don't think I've ever been to one of these meetings where they've been as approachable and as well as respectable. So I definitely wanted to give them that shout out and that kind of respect that they deserve. All of the items I wanted to bring up today were either already addressed during that meeting just now when you all were speaking amongst yourselves. So I'm just going to bring one item that was also partially brought up, but just kind of wanted to discuss in a little bit more detail. It was discussed that these plans today did accomplish part of the Hillside and Canyon plans, what is known as the built goal, right? Which is expanding and making affordable housing in that area, in the Hillside and Canyon area of Provo. I also wanted to address another part of that goal listed in that plan that is not necessarily being accounted for here. And that is also something that was brought up, and that is the natural environment goal. From the survey that was mentioned, 62% of residents' top priority is to preserve the area's beautiful wildlife habitat, right? And that's something that is coming straight from our residents, right? Obviously, this is just one of the items that have been brought up. We respect all of y'all's opinions on this, and we really, really do appreciate you listening to us. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. We will now open this up to council discussion. Councilor Christensen.
I'm sorry. Could I ask another question? The executive board chair, are you the chair?
Yep, Ashley.
Okay.
But she's on the board.
I'm on the board.
So, the board member, thank you.
Yeah.
So I'd ask you the same question that I asked Dave. So, it's a matter of all kinds of trade-offs.
Right.
Is there a trade-off that you would feel comfortable with? Because Dave talked about, the spacing for him. Would that address your concerns, or are you like, no, we can't have anything built?
I feel like I wish that we had bigger houses that would then make a more stable population. I live in one of the bigger houses in the area, and we've been there for like 18 years, but I'm like holding the line at Spring Creek because most people move when their house is too small or whatever.
Yeah. So it's not just the spacing, it's also a larger inventory of larger homes.
Yes. Yeah. So and then garages and green space, because I know that they keep repeating that families don't want the green space, but they do. Like, I have little kids, they always want to go in the yard, and you guys know that. So yeah.
Thank you very
bigger, expensive.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Whipple has a lot to say.
As always, right? You guys are getting to know me. I think this is a really interesting project. I like the way the houses are clustered in order to create that open space amenity. I was really happy to hear him say today that he's interested in extending those trails on the east side and through that debris flow area, so that it's not just the one paved sidewalk trail, but that way you are improving on the current desire trails that are there now, and you have that connectivity through the entire east side of the property. Like, I was really surprised to hear that, and I think that's a wonderful addition to the project. I think if we wanted to preserve more open space for this area, the solution would be to build something like condos, right? Where you have more houses that are close together. Those would have a lower price point, and those would actually be starter homes. Those would be much, much more affordable. But Councilor Bogdan has convinced me that we need more move-up homes in our city. You know, so not the condos or townhomes, but these larger detached single-family homes. And since these are in that moderate price range, they're not entry-level homes. These are the ones that you would sell your townhome and then you would move into this one. And if you're in that position, you are one of these more, well, if you can qualify for the mortgage for this, you are already more financially stable and everything than I think most people who live in Provo right now, right? And having these detached single-family homes with the garages and driveways that are big enough for a family to live in forever, yeah, these are not starter homes. So I like the way that this is balanced. Having lived in lots of different kind of spaces, from an apartment in San Diego to an old house in a village on Long Island to a row house in Belgium. I've had lots of experience in living with different densities and living closer to people and farther from people. And setbacks between houses do give you a sense of space and privacy. Like, that's really lovely, but that is also usually just dead space. Like, that is really expensive, wasted space that the homeowner can't make productive use of, but they're paying a lot more for their home to have that extra space away from their neighbors. And because I live in an older neighborhood in Provo, the setbacks from my house to the property line are really, really short. I tried texting my husband to go measure, just like Lisa had texted her, but he doesn't have a phone. He leaves his iPad at work, so he didn't get the message, and I think my teenager already went to bed. So I failed. Lisa wins, Rachel fails. But the space is not more than 6 feet, because when I lay down and put my feet on the wall of my house, my head is touching the fence that we built on our property line. And it's dead space. And with the 5 or 6 feet from my house and then the other house next to us, same distance, that's more than enough space that we feel that sense of privacy. But our lot's small, it's 0.21 acres, right? So we're not wasting good space that we could use on the rest of our lot by having our house set back farther. I just think that would be an unnecessary expense to add on to our potential homeowners. And I've said this before in other meetings, but it makes sense to me as somebody who cares about walkability and senses of community to have houses closer together. It's easier to walk to your neighbors to say hi, or for your kids to walk to their neighbors to play. And by they've got, how many different housing types were you offering? Were there like 6 different styles or something? So you've got a variety of housing types. So there's visual interest as you're walking through this little new neighborhood. That is huge for a sense of community and for quality of life. And the fact that this plan preserves open space for common use by reducing the lot size and the responsibility for individual yard space is I think, consistent with market desires and trends right now. The proposal to have the HOA take care of the front yards will make it look great, because a lot of people do not have the time or the capacity to do that maintenance. So they've got their private backyards that they can choose to do whatever they want and let their children and chickens run wild. It will be delightful so long as there are no roosters. But I think this looks like a really good proposal. The only thing that I really don't like is I'm just stunned that a moderate level housing unit is going to be over $500,000 and up to $700,000. And that's not the developer's fault. That's just the cost of building things right now. I don't want to do anything that would add additional cost to this. The last thing that I have is the homeowner occupant requirements, and that those renew every time the property sells, I think are fantastic. And adding 110 units of owner occupied property, I think will only help the local school there, because these are much higher income families that are going to be moving into that area. And with at least that year occupation, you have more stability for the school and for the population. It balances out that a little bit better. So I think this would be a great asset to the entire area.
I'm sorry, Rachel, were you suggesting a different period of time than 1 year? Or you were just saying you liked it?
I like it. And I like that upon sale, then the next owner has to live there for a year. So that after the first owner, if they have to move for a relocation or job or something, they're not selling to an investor who's just going to rent it out. So I think those protections are good. And the list of the way the property or the developer has taken the comments from the public comment of the Planning Commission meeting and addressed all of those, I think shows his responsiveness, his willingness to find solutions. And I do want to apologize for not saying more of this during the work meeting. I actually was physically sitting through the Planning Commission meeting, and in the work meeting, I'm like, we already did this. Why? It was the weirdest deja vu, but that wasn't my meeting. This one's our meeting. But I've sat through that meeting and I've read the Planning Commission's report, and they were exhaustive in examining all of these issues and going through it. And their little kind of opinion polls at the end, with the different things that they wanted to consider are, I think, very useful and instructive for us. But I was really impressed with how much the Planning Commission received the public comment, how they wrestled with that, and then gave us a recommendation that was really worth the time that they took for it.
Counselor Handley.
Yeah, thank you to the people who've come here to comment, and also to the developers for their thoughtful presentation. Just have a couple of thoughts I want to share as I've been deliberating about this. The critical hillside overlay zone, just for clarification, was never an ordinance that would prevent development. There's actually a different zone that is indicated to be open space, but critical hillside overlay zone was intended to send notice to developers that if you are going to propose developing in this area, you're going to have to look at certain restraints. And as far as I can tell, that's actually consistent with what the Foothills plan indicates in this area, that there's a portion of this area that is developable. There's a portion of this area that has what is called environmental constraints. Those constraints have acted upon the developers in coming up with a plan that is clustered. And even though that proximity of the homes is creating some heartache with which I sympathize, I do like that, and it's important, I think, to remember that clustering creates a new opportunities for more open space. And there's actually a considerable amount toward the trails, toward the foothills, the mountains, and towards the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. I used to live in that area, in case that's relevant, and I have used those trails for 26 years. I don't think of that area as wilderness. I think of that area as severely degraded, actually, by abuse. There's illegal roads that go up that area where people are driving on the BST illegally, and there's been a real problem up there with misuse of the property. So whether or not this property went in or not, that needed some fixing. I think this development helps to address that by more clearly providing trailhead and signage and, only limited access or designated access to the Bonneville, which I think it was Sophia, your comments, hopefully that makes that area safer rather than less safe, because there's now more neighborhood pressure in terms of looking at that and using it as their recreational space. It's a different kind of open space than the yard, right? And the yards have their benefits too, but I do think there's a great thirst for access to the trails and to the foothills that this development can provide. I also would agree that I've never seen a development that's gone to this extent to ensure home ownership and stability. So I actually think the issue of transients, there's no way to, legislate ourselves into a position of absolute security when it comes to that sort of question. But I think this gets us as close as we've ever been, and I certainly would like to see it, give it a chance. As far as the overnight parking question, I'm agnostic at this point on that. I'd rather wait and see if that becomes a necessity, because given the efforts that we have here to try to establish home ownership, I'd like to give those a chance to work and see if it doesn't just sort of play itself out in a healthy way where people are self-selecting in terms of their purchasing of these properties for the kinds of interests and needs they have, and then if that turns out to be the case, there really wouldn't be, I don't think, a need for an overnight parking ban. But if for some reason that became necessary, I suppose we could always look at it. I don't know what to do with Adriana's really interesting suggestion. And I don't know. I mean, it seems to me like one risk of that, though, is that if we gave development rights to the other side of the street, but we didn't take away development entirely from the eastern side of the street, then you get development on both sides. And it's less dense on both sides. But then there's that loss of that open space. And that's actually, just 2 weeks ago, I rode my e-bike through a pathway that goes from Provost Elementary School all the way to Bicentennial Park. And then if you cut through Bicentennial Park up to this neighborhood. So there's actually a really wonderful opportunity to have a trail system that goes all the way from the BST down to Provost and all throughout Provo. So in some ways, I would rather lean on the idea of using that revenue to really create some beautiful park space there. We also have beautiful property just to the north behind the Slate Canyon area, just south of Slate Canyon, that we are intending to use as open space for park and recreation opportunities. So I actually think there's some really beautiful opportunities here to use some of the revenue to make some of those needed improvements. So I think when it comes to the critical hillside overlay zone issue that I brought up earlier, I guess I'm satisfied that we could give approval to this development and still look at either an amendment or an exemption along the lines that Mr. Pepperoni is suggesting. I'm open to that if my fellow counselors are as well. I'm just I just want to make sure that that continues to have teeth and it continues to have effectiveness as an ordinance to discourage the kind of developments we don't want. So I'll leave it at that.
I have a question for Dave or Bill. I don't know who's the best one for it. With these lots, what if someone wants to buy 2 lots and put 1 house on it? Is that doable?
It's a good question. Probably not.
Because financially, your
yes.
pro forma is based on
Yes.
the building of the
individual lots,
houses.
yeah. And then it becomes somewhat cumbersome because how many of those do we allow? And it alters the whole look and feel of the neighborhood. So our preference would be to keep it consistent with what we proposed.
As a developer,
Yes.
do you think your price point is the best, or did you feel just pressure from the city to do that price point? Do you think a higher price point would sell and be?
I think it is the best opportunity. I am more excited about this project than I am about 125 acre piece that we've got somewhere else. And it's because there is nothing else like this in East Utah County is what I indicate. And I think it is these are going to be so sought after. After the neighborhood meeting, there was a lot of individuals that were against this. We actually had 10 or 11 people that voted in favor. But I spent a lot of time people asking me to be on a waiting list for one of the homes. So I believe there is a demand for this type of home in this area, most definitely.
I do think with your HOA and with keeping it so aesthetically pleasing and putting the extra money into the gates and the landscaping and the mowing of the lawns, you are elevating it.
Yep.
And that's really important. I agree with Ashley and Becky that we have a problem with, we have the most affordable homes in the whole county. We do need some higher homes. We need
Yes.
nicer homes. We need move-up homes. We need
Yes.
stay in forever homes. I'm bummed that 1 garage is so small, but the rest are decent size. So that
Yeah.
makes me happy.
Thank you.
I know you haven't done the driveways yet, but just
Correct.
make them as long as possible.
Yep.
The Chads, I'm not worried about that. Like, I don't feel like it's some big, I don't think we're that off of there's no 30% slope in this.
No.
None. So I think it in itself takes it out of that category, and I'm not worried about that. It shouldn't have been in there anyway without being a 30% slope. And it's land that was always going to be developed. What else? I think it's going to help the school a ton.
Agree.
I don't think there's a doubt on that. I think it's going to be an asset to the school.
There were comments also specifically, I believe, on the Facebook page or somewhere where those actual comments were specific that this will help the actual school.
Yeah, it'll for sure help the school because Ashley's right. We have 8 Title I schools in Provo, and it is due to transient
Yep.
issues. And they're huge issues, which is why we want to increase owner occupancy. And making these owner occupied is getting
Yes.
investors out is going to help that transient
Agreed.
issue. And do you know what? An HOA fee, rentals don't want HOA fees. That's also that's also something to keep it owner occupied.
Yep.
And I think these owners will be very invested. They're going to be paying an HOA that's not going to be cheap, in a
Yep.
bigger picture,
Yep.
which will make it more protected, which
It's
will
a
make
barrier
it,
to entry.
it's a barrier to entry,
Correct.
which that's a good thing in this
It is.
situation.
It is.
And I think it will lead it to be, Ashley knows about enforcement and what an issue it is in our area. And this neighborhood is going to be, they're going to be vigilant. Like they're going to be a little Nazi neighborhood, which is great. It's great. They're going to get what they want and keep it the way they want it. And we need that. We don't need it to deteriorate. We don't need it to just become rentals or short-term rentals or anything else. So I have very high hopes for it. I would like to see some more distance. I like Connect's idea of putting the garages closer together and doing some more space on their side. I like space. But then I also go to some of the most high-end neighborhoods in Orem and Provo, and I'm shocked that these mansions are like 10 feet apart. So I don't know. It's a mystery. There are different people want different things. And are a lot more people now that their focus is on the house, not the yard. It's not a thing I share. I prefer the yard. But, I like my house too, but like I pick a house with a yard, but everyone, I do see that the trend is changing on that, even though I don't agree with it. But, there's no doubt that it's a fact. I'm anxious to get a vote on this.
Can I ask Dave a question?
Yes.
So as I look at the whole project, you could do anything, right? And you chose that. What's the trade-off in having more space, bigger homes along, that road, and maybe some townhomes, further in? I'd just be interested in your take on more of a mix instead of.
And those are all things that we could have done very early on in the process. We were told no attached housing.
Okay, so
You
So-
don't want attached houses.
So we did not, so we were told, under those 4 objectives one of them was no attached housing.
Are you thinking bigger housing, Craig? Or
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
he's thinking bigger,
Well,
not?
he was thinking townhomes is what he
Oh,
said.
Well, I
Some-
did say townhomes,
Yes.
but I'm just thinking, is it, what's the trade-off in having bigger homes in one part and smaller homes in another part, closer together?
Those are things that we have done in other projects as well. We were simply going, number one, by what staff had indicated to us, that we would not have attached housing. And we honestly believe it was Chairman Catrice.
You're fine.
It was a very good question to me. I believe this is outside of what we've been asked to do, I believe this is the best opportunity for this area to have success, is to have homes of this size and of this price point. It's consistent with what is there.
Can you give us the span of the square footage again of the houses? Can you to do that off the top of your head?
Yeah, I think, Keaton, could you come here for a second, son, please? Sorry.
And do you know what, Heaton? Can you please do it with the basements included or without? Just tell us if it's with or without when you give us that spread.
Yes. Sorry, just a sec. I did not have that. Hold up.
It looks like they're showing it here, 1,824 to 3,080 square feet.
Yep, sorry.
Or is that basement or not?
That should include. the
Should
basement.
include in the basement, yes.
Those are pretty small.
Let me double check though. I think there was some that were actually above the 3080, but let me.
Okay, Travis is going to ask you a question while you're looking
Well,
at that.
actually, I have a question for Bill. So Bill, the concern is, and I think it's a valid concern. Thank you, Ashley, for bringing it up. But where in this area do we have any plans for even larger homes? Because I'm going to be honest, those are actually relatively small homes. I mean, relatively speaking, I know that's 3,000 square feet is bigger than my first home I had, but but I'm just saying when we think about, the larger home, move up home, 4,000 plus square foot, are there any area, is there any land or any plan in the area to have kind of the next step of move up? I know these are move up already, but the next step. Because I used to live out here and there's a lot of townhomes and I lived in a townhome and connected townhome, but
There's not much land left in southeast. What is east of State Street was primarily designated as R1, just like this. Because when the neighborhood plan was done, the neighborhoods bought off on a lot of density west of State Street. Yes, that's right, west of State Street, so that east of State Street would be R1. But there's not that much land that's left. But that R1 designation can mean anything from
yeah.
the 4,000 square foot lots to,
Yeah.
10,000 or 12,000 square foot lots.
Yeah.
It's going to be largely market driven.
Yeah. I mean, not that these are bad at all. I don't want to say that. I'm happy they're single family and detached and such. But I do get the concern of you will have people who are looking for that next step up and they have nowhere to go in the area at all.
Want
So
4 to 5.
these kids are going to end up moving, when the family moves and they don't stay in the school, that area of the school where the schools are and,
I'm not so sure of that. In that since World War II, every generation has lived in a bigger house than their parents had. I think up until now, because of the economics of the housing situation we're in. I think we're going to experience the first people, the 20 somethings and 30 somethings right now are going to be buying houses smaller than what they were raised in. And I think they're going to stay in those homes because moving up into the next house is going to be very difficult to do because of the economics we're seeing in the housing market.
Okay. Yeah.
Councilperson Well, Whipple asked about the amenity package.
Everybody's so proud.
Early in the process, we discussed keeping the amenity package as affordable as possible for the HOA because that HOA fee does impact who can qualify for the mortgage. You already knew that. So they're impressive amenities, but they were designed to be low cost maintenance in the future to help that HOA fee situation.
And worst case scenario, say no one gardens and they're like, this is lame. We'll make it grass and we'll make it open space, right?
That's right. That's right. But I was the one who suggested the community garden because I've seen it work very well in other
She loves
communities.
gardens.
Yeah. But if it doesn't work, they can easily be removed.
Okay.
Madam Chair, to answer your question, I believe this includes the basement. It's 2,600 square feet at the smallest. The 1,800 was finished there. It's 2,600.
Okay.
And then just under, so about 3,900 square
good.
feet,
Wow.
which is a pretty good sized home.
That is better.
It is. So
That's
just
better.
as, thank you. Keith.
Ashley, do you mind me asking the square feet of your house or most of the houses in Slate Canyon? Okay. And yours is one of the biggest ones. Okay. Sorry.
My house is over 5,000 square feet. It's one of the bigger ones in the neighborhood, but the people around me in my part of the neighborhood have at least 4,000. Adri's house is probably 4,000, 4,500.
I'd love to move in a bigger house when it's developed. I'm talking to him. Everything, but I love it.
She's on the way.
You're
Anyway.
caught now.
In my part of the neighborhood, many of the
Okay.
houses are over 35 or around 4, right, Annette?
So she said hers is just over 3.
Well, Annette. With the basement?
Okay. So this is a
Yeah,
step
my
up.
neighbors next to me are bigger, but
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Can we take a vote on this? Counselor Christensen
We are so close. I'm
and
sure.
staff,
Um,
please go home. You're welcome to go home. Keith, go home.
Leave.
We really appreciate your time and that you've been patient with us. We're sorry this is taking so long.
I'm compelled by the idea of a little bit more variety in terms of spacing. It's interesting. Rachel calls it dead space. I call it fresh air. I like the space. And I also like the variety, but again, that's just my perspective. So I like the idea. Again, this is not affordable housing. And I feel like
We
we're
don't
trying
need
to-
more of that.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like we're kind of pretending it's not affordable housing. So let's give it a little more air to breathe. Let's give developers a little more space to make some of those changes. I also know, second is no overnight parking. Right from the start to prevent the investor approach. I know you have to live there a year, things like that, and we all know how this works. So if you started from the beginning that there's no overnight parking, that would help with that issue.
Well, people would think about if their cars can fit in the garage.
That was it. We can take a vote now.
Procedural question. I got a couple. Yeah, because we've got a number of issues. It seems to me if we're going to vote on the proposal, are we making any amendments to it that include, are we making any special requests or not? That's I guess,
Well,
my
if-
first question. My second question is the critical hillside overlay zone potential amendment probably needs a
Yes.
separate motion.
Yeah.
Um,
So if that was a separate motion, because I think we should address that. I'm not sure quite how to word that, but. Want to put the garages closer? Well, what I'd like to do is I'd just like to give the direction that we, well, I'm not sure how best to word it.
Well, you're fine minimizing the setbacks between the garages to increase the setbacks between the
Yes.
housing part.
Yes.
But are you fine doing that without knowing what kind of an impact that's going to have on the price? Because I
It shouldn't affect the
strongly
price at all.
disagree.
Yeah.
I
It
strongly disagree that the price point
doesn't
doesn't
affect
matter.
the
It
price.
matters a great deal.
We're not changing the overall setback. It doesn't change the price.
I know, but if we're talking about spaces between the houses,
Yeah.
he's got to go back and I mean, if we're going to ask something like that, then I think we should delay this and have him
Well,
come
and
back with a
that's-
proposal.
I'm in the same
Yeah.
place. I don't know what that.
Because we don't know what the
impact
price
is.
difference would be.
I don't know what it is, and I think it would be, I have to tell you, I'm not in a place to make a great decision because I don't know about. those
David,
trades.
does that affect anything? Because you still have the overall same setbacks.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's 10 feet, essentially 5 and 5, I mean, if it's 2 and 8 or 5,
Right,
it's
right.
not gonna, I mean, I
Like 2 and
think-
8 or,
I mean, to answer the question though, Steve, to your question, the challenge that I have with starting from scratch, we've spent a year and a half.
Yeah.
Working with staff that is paid by the city, that are experts in this, that have private direction and understand this to provide this. And so I'm very reticent to start from scratch and to have larger lots on the bottom. And I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah.
It's just, that to me seems very counterproductive to what we've done the
Yeah.
last year and a
So
half.
just to be clear, I wasn't saying, I was asking earlier about what if we had larger
Sure.
lots and change.
Okay.
I was interested in your take on that. And you answered by saying, we were given this direction, so we conform to this. So,
Correct.
okay. I'm talking about the space in between the homes. Instead of the,
10
the
feet.
10 feet, I'm getting back to Dave's comment in the back, just some variety, some, that doesn't seem to me that would mess up the economics.
It does. It does.
And could be helpful.
no, because you could do 5 feet between 2 garages and then 15 feet between the other side, right? Like, so the same setback is still 10 and 10 or not?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're talking the same thing. I do understand what you're trying to indicate. I think the challenge too is that we can't get a lot closer than 5 feet because there are fire issues, restrictions that we have to abide by. And so
That's true.
if, those are generally called closer than that, what we would call zero lot lines. So my thought would be, I don't believe altering 2 or 3 feet here and adding 2 is going to change the look and feel that you're looking for. What will change the look and feel is the buffer that we're providing along Nevada that is landscaped appropriately. What will change the look and feel is maintaining those front yards. And that's why we've proposed that, is to really, to step that up to kind of counteract the feel, if you would, if that makes any kind of sense. Madam
Okay,
Chair.
what about no parking 12 to 6?
If that is the direction of the council, then we will abide by that.
Okay.
Our preference would be to wait, as someone mentioned, but again, that is not I think it does do what you're trying to do, and that is it keeps out.
It starts it from the beginning.
Yes.
Okay, what's the easiest thing with the Chaz bill? The easiest thing that doesn't delay our vote on this tonight? I don't want to delay the vote on this tonight, and I want to make it as easy as possible to execute without affecting this development.
I would say approve the zone change with the direction to staff that will come back to you within 30 days, 45 days with the amended Chaz that would allow this development to proceed as designed.
Okay, so that's in one vote then, Brian. Does that work?
Well, yeah, I mean, what Bill's saying is that there isn't anything you can do tonight that actually lets them build, right? Is what he's essentially saying. You can vote on the zone change even after you've approved, even assuming you approve the zone change, it doesn't let them build unless Development
right.
Services comes
Okay.
back with another issue. And so you don't even, in my mind, you don't even need to do anything because when you approve the zone change, you are sending a signal that you want staff to bring something back that allows the
Okay,
project
well,
to
we'll
move
say
forward.
it just for fun.
But it doesn't allow them to build, but allows them to proceed through our process.
Right.
Which is valuable.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to try a motion. I'm going to make an emotion amending the zone change. I need my glasses. Classification of 1630. Is emotion the correct term?
Well, there's already an implied motion on the
Okay,
table to
we're
approve the
gonna-
zone change.
we're
So
gonna
really
take
the
the
only thing you need
existing
to motion
applied
is what you're going to
motion.
change. Yeah.
And adding that Development Services will come back to us within 30 days with an amendment for the Chaz amendment, and able to proceed, and that we add no parking 12 to 6 a.m.
Is 30 days enough time for you to come back with that?
Because there's only one meeting in July, that's why I said it might be 45. we only have one meeting in July and you only have one meeting.
30 to 45 days.
We meet in planning commission.
Okay.
So it might be better to say 45.
Okay. 45 days.
Yes. And so then that restriction about the parking would need to go into the development agreement and into the CCNRs, I said.
Into the CCNRs and development agreement, the parking restriction from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. will go into effect.
Yes.
Which will be awesome for plowing your streets in the winter. That is the huge benefit.
I have a quick question. So the additional trail that was shown on the screen today, is that already in the development agreement?
That is not.
Okay.
I mean,
I question the expense of that.
Again, our position as development services is once the developer puts that on a plan, that was a proffer. And we take that and we put it in the development agreement.
Okay.
So it isn't in there now, but because it's been proffered, we would add that.
Is that a huge expense?
No, it shouldn't be a huge expense.
Okay.
We're attaching to what we already have there. Yes, it will
Just
be
a
native. It's
natural
not gonna
trail,
be-
just-
Yeah, thank you, Keith. He
Okay.
corrects me all the time, so thanks.
can I just clarify one thing about
Yes.
the parking? Are these private streets?
No, they're public.
So what does the developer have to do with the parking?
What?
It's a good question.
True. I don't know. It does, because
So
it's
maybe
just,
it doesn't need
it's
to
just,
be in-
it's
I
just
think
a
that's
law.
that's a decision for the city about its own streets to make after the
Yes,
development
good
takes
point.
place.
I'm glad he's here.
Me too.
And for that reason, I would rather
just-
leave that out of the
So
motion
do you suggest we leave that out of the motion?
and do that at another point.
Okay, we'll do another motion after this one.
Yeah.
then. Okay.
I mean,
All right.
another month.
I'm going to start the motion again. We're going to do the implied motion with development services coming back to us in 45 days to amend the CHAWS. Okay.
I second that.
All right, let's take a vote on the implied motion. Counselor Christensen.
Wait, council discussion.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Council discussion.
And then I had one. I've been trying to ask this question since the developer was up here. Do we want to add in Connect's suggestion about taking out 3 lots on that first rung along Nevada and Slate Canyon so that at least that first row is a little bit further spaced apart, and then the rest of them can have that 5-foot, 10-foot distance? That's what I'd like to add in there.
So let me go back to Councilor Handley's question a few minutes ago about procedure, right? Because you have an application in front of you, and the application in front of you is what it is. The application includes a development agreement, but as we've talked about before, development agreement is a voluntary proffer from the developer about what they're willing to do. So rather than try to do motions to add everything that each individual council member might want to improve the plan, the best thing to do is if you, as an individual council member, if your inclination is to vote against the motion because your issue is not solved, the best way to handle this is for you to say that. Say, unless the following issue is addressed, I am inclined to vote against the motion. Other councilors who share that opinion should also speak up so that the developer has an opportunity to take a head count and see how many of those there are. And then if it looks like that means that that issue is going to kill the project, they have an opportunity to stand up and say, I would make a proffer to change the development agreement in the following way.
So I'm comfortable moving forward with this, given that all of those things that the developer listed, except the shantytown, I'm not worried about that one. But that they listed and kind of checked off, that those are addressed in a development agreement, or whatever needs to be addressed in the development agreement should be addressed in the development agreement is addressed. I would be comfortable moving forward if the developer would offer that in a development agreement.
So nice.
Well, let me.
The developer proffers that.
Yeah.
Counselor Christensen.
Yeah, I would also trade off losing 3 or 4 units along that street,
Homes.
just so there's a bit more space.
Counselor Bogdan.
And I will vote no, and for the same reason.
Trees.
Yeah, I mean,
Counselor-
just to be clear, even if that meant the price went up just a little bit, I would make that trade-off.
Counselor Garrett.
I attended the district meeting as well, where the Anderson Development representatives presented their plan and observed and listened to them make multiple concessions for the residents, and was witness to the fact that many expressed interest in this project. Having 3 sons who each have 3 children, and this is the type of product they look for, I feel supportive of the project as it is.
Don't we have to take a vote on the motion?
Once discussion is through, right? So this is an opportunity to discuss
Any
the
more
motion.
discussion on the motion?
I'll just show my
Counselor Handley.
cards. I'll just show my cards. I have an ace. No, I wish. No, I agree. I mean, maybe it's because our kids are the same age, but I know a lot of people, 25 to 35 who will just jump at the chance to, they don't care one bit about how close the houses are. They love that actually. I don't, this doesn't give me as much heartache as I thought it would, given the variety of the style of the homes and the landscaping. So I'm not prepared to vote against it just to get those 3. It won't be even just a small amount. It'll be more significant, because half of this property was purchased from another another owner. So even if we lowered the selling price, we can't really control for that very well. So I mean, we could look at that, but that's what it would require. They'd have to come back and recalculate it for us. So I'm not willing to do that, I think, in the end.
Any more discussion?
To pass it.
To pass it with Development Services coming back with that Chaw's amendment.
And a development agreement.
The development agreement's already.
It's already been proffered.
It's already been
Yeah.
proffered with all that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
the
wanted to clarify.
implied motion is regarding an ordinance that accepts a development agreement. There's already an exhibit attached that has in it the things that the developer discussed in their presentation.
And then we'll do a separate motion for the no parking. All right, going to take a vote. Counselor Christensen,
No.
Counselor Garrett,
Yes.
Counselor Handley,
Yes.
Counselor Hoban,
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple,
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan.
No.
So that passes 5-2. Now I want to make another motion for the city that we do no parking in this neighborhood 12 to 6 a.m.
So the motion is for staff to bring back a code amendment
Yes.
to impose that no parking area on this street.
Yes.
I would second that.
I love the idea that we're doing parking restrictions for streets that don't exist
Yeah.
yet. That's kind of
Any
crazy.
discussion on this?
I'd say we have staff come back. Well, I just feel like there's a flip side of not allowing street parking is that you might force families to move out eventually because, the extra vehicles. I don't know. I guess I feel like it's a little premature to jump on the no parking thing. I would like some more info, but I mean, on paper, in theory, it makes sense. I guess you're trying to eliminate the rentals. I'm also really tired.
I think it sets the place up for more success. Any more discussion? All right, let's take a vote on the motion. Counselor Garrett,
Yes.
Counselor Handley,
No.
Counselor Hoban,
Yes, we can always remove it.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple,
I'll say no.
Counselor Bogdan,
Yes.
Counselor Christensen.
Yes.
I already did Garrett, didn't I?
Yeah.
So it passes 5-2. All right, if there's no objection, we'll now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council meeting by unanimous consent.